うわー難しいなこれ。4個で。あ、嘘、2個か。
Susah nih pertanyaannya nih.
I'll lock in no.
可以。
いいえ。
Nggak bisa.
Damn.
あれや不正解入るんだ。
Ya
I know
Allah.
it's heavy, but I wasn't sure how much.
就是计算，因为我很少用紧急接驳。
ああなるほど。いやこれ難しいですね。自分だけかもしれないんですけど、あんまりその数値を見て今まで物を入れたりとかしなかったんで、もうなんか感覚でなんかこれ入んないからこれだけ捨ててまた拾おうみたいな感じでやってたんで、ここでちょっと難しかったですね。
Trying to think, I think it's Tego. JF, left of Shipyard.
Kalau misalnya di Hosan tuh tempatnya. Koordinat D, M, tempatnya di CP. Koordinatnya K sama G.
これは FJ。これでいいのかな ?FJ。
我答案是 FJ。
Nice, nice.
よかった。結構そのシップヤード独特の建物っていうかクレーンとかが結構で分かりやすかったですね。
That's MF.
它的坐标是 FN。
Milta. NF.
FM。
Berarti ini ya N sama F. Boleh. Gua udah mulai paham nih bang.
待って D の J。
在 EJ。
This one's tricky. Close, maybe IE.
Gua nggak tahu lagi tempatnya ini di mana ini. Itu di mana? Itu di koordinat kalau nggak salah ya ke dekat Jautin ini. K sama J. Gue nggak tau bang, sumpah tempat di mana di dekat Neox apa ya? Ya Allah.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I was just like very close.
いいのはそっちか。なるほど。
最难的话是刚刚的最后一题，然后太多这种人，然后那边都很少去过。AK 射木门那个。
Pertanyaan yang paling mudah soal suara tembakan dan jarak paling mudah. Dan yang paling susah yang terakhir nih bang, lokasi sama koordinat.
一番難しかったのがやっぱりそのバックの重量問題。いや多分みんなやっぱうまい。みんな考えてしっかりアイテム拾ってるんだと思います。比較的簡単だったのは、銃声だったり足音の問題は比較的自分はやりやすかったかなって思います。
The shooting AK shooting the door. I think that's probably the easiest. Hardest question, I think it would have to be the adrenaline syringe in the backpack.
排第三啊，排第。
Soalnya kayak nggak tahu juga, kadang ada yang gambarnya nggak tahu itu gambar di mana. Tapi kalau dari skornya sih bisa lah masih di posisi 2 atau 3 gua.
I think everyone will be very similar. Maybe one person might get everything right. If Dusky did this instead of me, he would have got it all correct. He's very, very smart with like different like sounds and weights and locations, like very, very smart, but he doesn't like interviews, so he didn't want to come on the camera. I think I did okay.
有准备什么？还不错，一定可以。
自分としてはその自信があるかないかというよりかはもう、頑張りたいというか、そうですね、やるしかないって感じですね。上位に食らいつけるように頑張っていきたいって思ってます。
Kalau persiapannya sih udah pasti dari tim juga udah siap, dari CD Sportsnya, dari anak-anak juga pasti udah siap. Kalau soal percaya diri, bisa lah kita percaya diri lah untuk bisa lolos ke IWC. Kalau untuk tim yang paling ditakutin nggak ada sih, soalnya ngerasa tim kita yang harusnya paling ditakutin di PMS ini.
We probably don't prepare as much as what other teams will. Pretty relaxed and just like to have a bit of fun, but we have a good base of how we want to play the game on paper, which makes it really easy for us in terms of how to play. It just comes down to whether or not we can actually outshoot the opponents on the day. But I think we'll do okay. Top 2, it's very, very hard. Very good teams that we're versing. So I think if we manage to finish top 2, it would be very, like, we'd have to play perfectly on the day. Not 100% confident on that. Shadow Esport, I think, have been playing amazing. They got a very good hold on how to play the game. Really good rotations, really good macro. Like the management of how they like move around the map and everything is amazing. And they're really playing like in terms of the actual aim and shooting right now. They're on top of their game, that's for sure.
是你们的机器 我们又拿第一的。
今回残念ながら、日本からアンラッキーしか出てないんですけど、ずっとサポートしてくれたアンラッキーのファンの方々のためにも、その日本の競技シーン見てくれている方々にも全力で頑張るんで応えれるようなプレーをしていきたいと思いますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Untuk semua warga Indonesia yang ngedukung, jangan lupa ngedukung tim-tim Indonesia bermain di PMS Race 1 nantinya. Doain semoga semua tim-tim Indonesia dan Shadow Esports bisa mendapatkan hasil yang maksimal dan bisa lolos ke EWC.
Thanks to everyone that is out there supporting us. We know we have a few fans out there. Do our best for ourselves and for OS. Make us at least have a good showing. Keep us on the map, I guess. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Bye bye.
See you later.
大家好，欢迎收看 TPP Showtime， 我是你们的国师尼亚。全新 TPP 模式拓展你的视野，接下来几个操作绝对让你大开眼界。就让我们来看本周 PMS 有哪些精彩好料吧。首先，我们先来看第一个精彩片段，由 ORG 带来的投资海。画面中 ，ORG 的成员透过高点优势观察 Happy 的成员站位，利用手榴弹造成敌方成员 Ten Trap 倒地，再透过燃烧瓶限制了其余成员的走位。并同时利用蓝圈手榴弹消耗 Monty 的血量，趁着 Happy 的成员被投掷物分心的过程，利用四脚叉快速的移转到 Happy 的左侧背坡，成功抓到了正在换位的 Nan， 最后再处理从头到尾都被烟雾遮蔽视野的 Monty， 成功拿下这波团战。在这波团战的过程中 ，ORG 完美的利用烟雾遮蔽了 Happy 的视野，使得 TPP 防守方的天眼优势完全发挥不出来，可以说是 TPP 的推点教科书。紧接着来到 Happy Engine Board 的顶级预苗，画面中 Happy 跟 Alaki 在圈外发生了会战 ，Engine Board 先透过烟雾的掩护补掉了3D side， 但队友接二连三的倒地，使得局势瞬间落入1打3的劣势。不过 Engine Board 先透过橘车的掩护，左撇头抓掉了想要补枪的 Feven， 再快速趴地利用 TPP 的天眼优势，看到了穿烟而出的 Luna X， 随即站起预开击倒 Luna X 后，趴地使得 Goni One 来不及补枪，再利用趴地天眼观察到了 Goni One 的位置。使用燃烧瓶影响，并透过预开大量消耗对方的血量，差一点点就完成了今天的1打4残局。不过也可以透过重播看到，在 TPP 的环境下，有掩体的防守方是多么的强悍。接下来来到 Xmen 的 Upchain 的凌波微步，画面中 Xmen 的仅存成员 Upchain 面对到 Happy 的3人推进，先利用了蓝色掩体，透过天眼观察到了 Happy 的成员走位，抓到了局部1打1的机会，向左预开掉了 Engine Ball， 再随即缩身向右预开第2名成员 Monty， 最后再透过掩体观察急着补枪的 Nan， 抓到对方站位后立刻出枪预开掉了对手，成功完成惊人的1扛3残局。在这个扛压的过程中，可以看到 Upchain 不断利用 TPP 的模式下的天眼优势，冷静的观察对手走位，并透过自己的微调站位，造成多次1打1的机会，并不断预开对手，完美的拿下每一次的击杀，可以说是 TPP 模式下的操作教科书。好了，以上呢就是本周最秀的 TPP highlight， 谢谢大家的收看，我们下次再见，拜拜。
But they're being pinned down by at least 2 or 3 different teams, so it's going to be really difficult. Xeno takes a lot of damage.
Ogler's not ideal. They didn't do anything wrong. They wanted to take good space on the north side. Jaxi here now has a great opportunity for the double kill.
Turtle K is knocked down. God XP, you're stuck. With no utilities, no smoke. You got a flash left to see if you can try to make a play for this as well. But Monk pushes forward aggressively. He got the TPP. He made use of it, and he finds success with it at the same time. Although Vega did come up, they did come up from quite the grind as they fought multiple fights. Oh, beautiful nade! A two knock for a single nade counter. That's the kind of market deal you like to see. And by 1-3-2 here with a beautiful nade
towards Team Newbies, and so Monk actually now find themselves in a position where they could get pinched, but one from a long distance and one from up close. Oh, the Doritos just don't drop at a good time. One even landing on top of High Command.
kita belajar dari kesalahan di minggu lalu, banyak kesalahan yang mistake yang harus kita benerin. Habis itu kita implementasikan di minggu kedua ini, alhamdulillah berhasil dan alhamdulillah bisa rank 1 minggu ini. Yakin.
Insya Allah yakin. Insya Allah yakin. Karena makin pede kan kita juga dari week ke week, makin bagus kita lah di week 2 ini juga.
Semuanya sama sih ya, semua tim di sini sama menurut kita. Jadi kita anggap semua ancaman ya.
No comment.
GGWP.
Seru.
Makasih yang udah support semua ya, tetap untuk dukung kita terus sampai week 4 selesai, dan terima kasih semua yang udah nonton. Udah itu aja. Bye.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
a new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erangel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erangel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Kenalkan, nama saya Rahmat Hidayat, nickname saya Voldemort dari tim Shadow Esports dan negara Indonesia.
アンラッキー所属サニーサイドアップです。前回もこのカオスバトル参加したんで、今回は全部答えられるように頑張りたいと思います。
我是 GSW 的 YU。
Hi, I'm PV, play for ARMR Esports. Been playing PUBG now for a long time, 7 odd years.
我希望我等下可以拿100分。
ちょっと怖い怖い怖い。
AKM, pelurunya peluru orange lah kayaknya. Kayu.
いや AKM で、いやこれ木だな。木材に打ってる音。ファイナルアンサー。
我说 AK， 然后射在木头上。
It's a AK-47 shooting wood. Sounds like.
Okay.
I'm not very good at these, so I'll take one win.
Senjatanya CAR, jaraknya 200 meter.
銃は
K98，然后100公尺。
K98K and 200 meters.
いや200、いやどっちだろう。300でいきます。
It's the third week of the PUBG Master Series. We are now beyond the halfway mark as we've got ourselves many storylines to go over coming into this Friday. It's good to have you back, Yolali, as well as we kickstart yet another week where teams are battling it out, of course, to try and be the best in the region and qualify for the Esports World Cup.
Well, I can't believe it as well, right? Week 3 already. We're pretty much just halfway through of the Master Series extravaganza, right? New formats, new new metas also come to the mix, new updates as well. We have like throughout these 4 weeks, we were someone getting this nice preview or like what's going to be to come in the future, right? Especially with how the current meta with the new updates as well, especially with the new introduction of the TPP here in APAC. We also recently got the new edition last week, which is regarding the pickaxe as well. Well,
yeah,
I don't think we haven't really seen it's like a really like phenomenal usage of it so far. Sure, there are some cool moments, but I didn't really feel like it really led to something somewhat significant that someone lead to a great success in a particular round here. But other than that, this 3 weeks has been pretty great. This 2 weeks so far has been pretty great so far for our top 16 teams. But I'm rather excited because at least in this 3rd week, I feel this is going to be a rather chaotic week for a lot of these teams, as now at least teams are some going to be scavenging for at least solidifying their positioning before we reach to that final week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that coming into the second half of the PUBG Master Series, this is where for the teams that have already begun well over the first 2 weeks, they've got now a bit of a cushion, a bit of a buffer, gives them the confidence going into the final 2 weeks that there is a really good chance that they can actually qualify if they put their heads down and get to work. And for the teams that haven't maybe started all that well over the first 2 weeks, this is probably now the do or die week for them heading into week 3, where for some instances and certain teams it might be you have to win the lobby this week over the next 3 days if they're going to pick up enough PMS points to put them in a position going into the final week. And I think that considering the way that the first 2 weeks went, it's going to be a very tense finish probably into next week, so that just makes even this week even more exciting. Don't forget as well, the throughout this event we've been giving away a lot of the G coins. They've been popping up, and you can also get involved in the giveaways.
Yeah, and of course, courtesy and thank you to our sponsors, Crafton, as well, for giving all the PUBG fans and viewers who are supporting their favorite teams a chance to earn a little something for themselves here. Naturally, this is going to be one of the first out of the 3, which is all you guys got to do is to follow the new PUBG Esports APAC Facebook fan page. And of course, stand a chance to get that 300G coin for yourself. The next way, of course, following up is once you're at that fan page, do also leave a comment in that fan page post of the match day, which is practically right now, today, day 1 for at least match 1 here for week 3 here, to earn another chance to also earn yourself some G coin. And then actually, last but not least, we'll be moving forward to I guess you could say the classic for at least previous Master Series that we had in years past, in a way to earn G coins for yourself, which is just join the live streams while supporting your team. Just wait out for that G coin code that's going to be naturally popping up. Now that's going to be, I can't tell you when, I can't tell you where, but it will eventually pop up during our live stream. So do just stick around during this best of 5 here, while also seeing which of the teams going to be coming out of this week 3.
Yeah, and we'll of course give everyone heads up notice when it does pop up, and make sure that if you're not physically watching, maybe you're just listening, then you'll be very much aware. But it's good. It's, I think, really nice whenever there's incentive to watch, and for those that do follow along and come to all of the broadcasts, that they will benefit the schedule in terms of the broadcast. Of course, we've only got the 2 weeks remaining, so today, the Friday, into the Saturday, Sunday for week 3, and then we do it all again next week for what will be the last week as well. The 4 weeks go by pretty quickly as the format. A reminder, as has been the case throughout the entirety for PUBG Master Series Phase 1, essentially every single week you're going to be picking up a bit of money, a bit of PMS points, and a bit of PGC points based on where you finish week to week. And of course, then the overall total PMS points over the 4 weeks will determine your final ranking. And of course, as we know, top 2 will go to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and especially as we're slowly moving our way forward, right? Of course, then naturally this is going to be specifically the weekly ranking. If you guys were someone forgotten how much points specifically in each week, how much the winning team actually earned, this is actually going to be the amount of points, both the prize money, PGC points, and the PMS. Naturally, the main points to focus here will be, of course, the PMS points, because that's going to be the one that we're going to be looking for to see which the team out of the 4 weeks, the accumulation will earn them. Only the top 2 teams will be moving forward, as mentioned by Xenox initially, as well to the EWC APEX qualifier. And as we as we slowly go through this, right, especially for the teams that has already set up somewhat of a really great foundation for themselves for the first, at least for the first and second week, really gives them a much more comfortable sliding towards week 3, week 4, because it gives them some kind of room for mistakes, or I guess you could say a little bit like room for leniency to have probably 1 or 2 bad rounds. Probably not a bad week, but even if you have a bad week, I think the first 2 weeks somewhat helps offset it, because I'm just looking at the amount of PMS points that's already earned among the teams here, and it's actually pretty close to one another. It's like there's not like that 1 or 2 team that's like somewhat a miles ahead among the rest. You know, it's actually pretty close amongst each other. It's actually pretty nicely spread out. So I'm just seeing like it's going to be a pretty chaotic week 3 for all these teams to really come into the mix here, especially for some team in the middle part of the ladder.
Yeah, and I think that what we've seen over the first 2 weeks as well is decent variety in terms of which teams have shown the capabilities of performing, picking up wins. I think, you know, the vast majority of the 16 teams that we've got in this particular lobby have either had a win or been at least close enough at second minimum. I mean, that's probably not too asinine to say when we've now played 30 matches of PUBG, but, you know, nevertheless, it's a case where when you even just kind of look, and we'll get to it as we're just looking at the participating teams, we'll get to, of course, the overall PMS points leaderboard, and I timed that one perfectly, is towards the top. There's no clear breakaway winner. I mean, even the teams here, they're on this second page. Now, admittedly, Newbies, Zen, and ATO, they need to win this week. They need to like somehow top the lobby if they're going to and pick up the vast majority of the points. But even from ARMR upwards, like if they were to actually win this week, they're still in a really good chance going into the last week. So there is incentive for like 90% of this lobby. And as things stands right now, Shadow are first 140, but it's not a big buffer. In fact, to Vega, Auglis, Alter Ego, basically nothing with 2 weeks to go. Zanshin, GSW, Monk, and Unlucky. Those teams essentially had one really good week and then maybe one middle week across the 2 weeks. So if they can find the consistency going into weeks 3 and 4, they're still a threat. So I'd say half the lobby right now, maybe even slightly more, can probably still win this overall event, which is quite insane after 30 matches of PUBG.
Yeah, it's that's how I was like doing the math. I'm just seeing like what kind of foundation that the team has somewhat set for themselves, right, as the week goes by. But of course, naturally, in terms of performance-wise, Auglis in week 1, Auglis and Vega came in really strong, hammering among the teams here. Week 2, they were of course putting out, but probably not as obvious compared to NRSG and Savageman Esports. They were in week 1. They probably had a real stinker of a week. But when we got to week 2, especially day 1, I believe you were casting there alongside with Sir Cloud. They were able to get all the way to that top 5, and I thought that's actually a really great start, a really great moral booster as they make their way to week 2. But then after that, you start seeing the consistency coming from some of the teams. Shadow Esports being one of them. They are probably the one that's going to be the talk of the show, especially for week 3, since week 1, they got all the way to that top 5 placing. That was pretty great. They managed to at least get themselves halfway up there. A decent amount of PMS points, as you saw, 40 points in that top 6 placing. And then probably week 2, the first place, Alter Ego only coming up. Now, ladder is the core line here. And then Sanch, who was able to identify himself. Day 1 for week 2, a little bit of a slower start for them. But then after that, when we get to that second day and that final day, right, someone managed to identify the fact that, all right, the point differential between the other team, between their team and the rest of the team in the middle of the pack here is not too far apart. They just need to get some really solid games. They got great placement. They were able to balance it out with kill points as well, and it just skyrocketed up the ladder. Sure, couldn't really steal the show away from Shadow Esports and Alter Ego. They had a great 3 days in last week here as well for themselves here. But the fact that they're able to scale all the way up to that 5th place in that PMS really puts them in a really great spot here.
Yeah, and I think that overall, when you take into account, there's been a lot of these highlights throughout weeks 1, week 2, and again, you could probably say quite a lot of teams have had good highlight moments, made big plays, and it shows the overall quality of this lobby. You know, and even looking at the leaderboards here in these highlights, the gaps aren't really there. There's no big breakaway winners. I mean, we didn't have back-to-back winners throughout week 1, week 2 either. I thought Alter Ego and Shadow were very, very strong in their week 2 performances, and neither of those had a really big performance in week 1. In fact, both Alter Ego and Shadow, you know, I think it was like around that kind of 7 position back in week 1 to then finish around the 1 and 2 position. So it goes to show how it can kind of, jump up and down. Even August, finished in 8th or 9th for week 2 after winning week 1. And then, obviously when it came to Vega, 80 and 50, pretty good. I mean, that's top 5 in the 2 weeks. So that 4, I mean, I remember saying it kind of when we closed last Sunday. I think that top 4 of Shadow, August, Vega, and Alter Ego control the lobby at the moment, but it can change pretty quickly. Zanshin, game start win, Monk, to some degree, maybe unlucky, but they were a little bit more disappointing last week. Do still have the ability to maybe have their week now to shine. Are we going to see, and this is where I'm very fascinated with week 3, are we going to see it be from that group 4 that had a good week 1 or a good week 2, or is it going to be an outsider? Is it going to be a Monk? Is it going to be a GameStart win? Is it going to be a Zanshin? Maybe a SavageMen Esports, who have shown so much promise but have maybe failed to deliver up to this point. So that's where I'm going to be most curious. If the winner of this week does come from that group of 4, it puts them in a great position to go to the Esports World Cup and eventually look to finish top 2 at the end of next week. Matches today for week 3, day 1, Erangel, Tego, Rondo, Miramar, and then Erangel, the same as it's been every day throughout PUBG Master Series Phase 1.
I am definitely, especially based on the theory, or at least the theory that we have out here from our theory crafting, right? Definitely anticipating, but also at the same time, it's also a rather scary thought, right? Because of how close the point difference is, how close with how all the teams are, especially in terms of PMS points, right? If any of the middle of the teams, like Monk, like you mentioned as well, also with GSW, who had a little bit more of a slower week 2 when they had a really great week 1, it is not popping up with week 3 as well. We're suddenly going to be having a situation where when we get into week 4, we're just going to be seeing like this multiple teams just battling out, and it's going to be a really cool one, but scary at the same time. But of course, Shadow Esports, they're definitely going to be that I believe a lot of teams is definitely going to be anticipating this team particularly more in this week 3 after showing such consistency for week 2. Week 1 they were up there a little bit more slower naturally, but week 2 they really pop it off. I think most of the rounds, even though they weren't able to, sure, some rounds they got high placements, but even the rounds where they didn't get those high placements, they just came out of those rounds as if like they just got the chicken dinner. They came out with 10 points, with 50, with double-digit score lines. It's really insane, and I think a lot of teams was not anticipating this such a powerhouse of a team, and they really shut down a lot of teams along the way, along these fights as they make their way into the circles here. Alter Ego, pretty much in a similar situation with Shadow Esports in week 2, although there were some fights that were a little bit unfavorable, but that's the nature of PUBG, right? There's just some situations, depending on the nature of the circuit as well, where you just can't really control all aspects. You can just pretty much just do what you can with the situation that you receive here.
Yeah, and you're going to have circles and nights like that. I think we had one last week where there was quite a few games that the circle sort of predetermined in some ways how it was going to play out, and certain teams had to really navigate tricky situations. We had a fun one on Miramar where it went up to Campo Militar towards the shooting range area, and I've never seen a circle like that before. And you kind of then think, well, in a game that's all about competition and skill, when you get a circle like that, it does detract a little bit from that facet. But I mean, there's also skill in playing the chaos game, and the best teams can do that, and they can navigate a little bit more on the fly when maybe they have to move away from the preset plans based on circles and how they like to rotate in position. When you're in an area that you're completely unfamiliar with, as is most of the lobby, it gets very chaotic. But the best teams are able to adapt a lot quicker and a lot better than the rest of the lobby. I was kind of looking over both week 1 and week 2, and the beauty of now coming into week 3 is we've got extra sample size on looking at some of the data and the numbers and stuff. But funnily enough, whoever ended up actually winning the respective week did get a chicken dinner on the first night. And it goes to that kind of conversation about starting well. When you're only playing 15 matches, every week feels like it's a flurry. Starting well the first night, 5 games in, leading or at least being maybe around the top 3 is really where you need to be. I think from what we've seen week 1 and week 2, that's 50% sample size from this tournament. You need to be starting well tonight. That's where the pressure's going to be for a lot of these teams. Those outsider teams, those that maybe aren't in the top 4 right now, overall PMS points, they need to start well. They need to try and dominate the lobby, pick up points, and that just eases you then going into night 2, night 3, where you've already got a decent buffer, you've already got some points, you're playing well, take that confidence into the next few nights. I think the teams that have started slow so far in this tournament have not been able to really catch back up going into nights 2 and 3.
Well, Arguably, there were at least one or two teams that somewhat had a little bit of a slower start. Not to say they are somewhat out of the race just yet here, but definitely has a lot more grounds for them to cover compared to some of the teams that's currently at least securing at least around our top 5 or top 6 position at this current moment of time here. Those the team that really had a really great week 1 and week 2 just has that little bit of leniency to just have probably 1 or 2 bad matches. The team that had a little bit, that didn't really have a great start for themselves here, that's still in the middle part of the pack here, definitely has a lot more grounds for them to cover as they make their way here through the week here. Naturally, coming out strong out of the gates is of course a fantastic. Of course, it will be the goal for a lot of these teams here. It's a great morale boost as well, but at the same time, it's also the pressure of being consistent when you move forward to the remaining days of the week as well, right? Because that's always the problem when we see teams had a really strong day 1, and day 2, day 3, that's when they start slowly falling off. Not to say it's for all teams.
To some degree.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
If you look at the 2 weeks for the top 2 teams, August and Vega back in week 1, both pick up a chicken dinner in the first night, both picked up 2 wins within the first 8 games. So from the get-go on week 1, it was pretty evident August and Vega were going to be battling around that sort of top 2. And don't get it twisted, of course, going into night 2 and certainly then into night 3, there was still a contest from other teams, but those 2 were the ones out in front. They held it the whole way through. And then in week 2, it was similar with Shadow Esport and Alter Ego. And a good reference example is for ZSHN. They only picked up like 16 points over the first 6 games for ZSHN, but then finished really strong and ultimately ended up only being 20 points behind the top 2. Their last couple of games, like their last 5 to 6 games, they got 2 seconds, a 4th, a whole bunch of they picked up the vast majority of their points really in night 3 and were able to leapfrog up into 3rd. But what cost them was the start, was that first night. They didn't pick up enough points, and Alter Ego and Shadow Esport had a really good night 1, night 2, and funnily enough, for those 2, actually, the last 2 games, they both did basically nothing. But because they had built such a buffer, even though they ended up, like for Alter Ego, which really cost them first place in the end, they got back-to-back donuts in the last 2 games. They had such a buffer from the rest of the tournament that it didn't matter in terms of at least dropping out of the top 2. It did cost Alter Ego the top spot by 1 point, but ultimately I think there's enough of a sample size, and I'm not saying it in the sense that it can't happen, like a team that starts bad night 1 can't come back and win, but so far in this tournament, 2 weeks in, hasn't been the case. And historically in PUBG, depending on the length of the tournament, the shorter it is, so 15 matches per week, the less likely that if you go through 33% of the tournament, which is 1 night, that you're going to be able to bring it back, unless you have an absolute monster night 2, if you have a bad night 1. So kind of based off what we've seen right now, you need to start well. You can't really just ease your way in. And we're at a point in the tournament now where these guys know each other and how they all play. They all know where everyone likes to drop, rotate, how they like to position, play. They've got a good feel for the lobby. We're past the warm-up. We're past the scouting out the competition and kind of getting a judge of how everyone likes to play and getting a feel for the lobby, get a couple of games under our belt. It's not week 1 anymore. It's week 3. It's time to get to work and it's time to lock in.
Yeah. I mean, we also see that at least most of the teams as well, we noticed that they somewhat, especially with their years in the PUBG scene, right, they somewhat understand the ramification of performing well in this kind of tournament as well. Especially at this current phase of the Master Series, at this current point in time, we're like halfway through into the tournament here. That's part where teams really try to lock in. It's pretty much a make or break kind of situation for a lot of these guys. Sure, I'm not not really talking too much towards the top team. The team that's trying to somehow make their way up there, that's a middle part of the pack. Monk being one of the few examples here alongside with HPPY and GSW. They definitely have their cover of much more grounds for them to cover for themselves here. But you do see some of those rounds where, from their performance as well, it's somewhat proliferating throughout their games, or at least throughout the games last week as well. Sure, more games, securing more games definitely will put them in a much more comfortable state here, but we'll just have to see how we really make our way through in week 3.
Unfortunately, we did have a crash of the lobby, which is why we're just kind of waiting a little bit longer before we can get this first game underway. Rather get Yeah, hopefully not too long. Hopefully we can get underway. But I'd rather have these delays at the start, before we get underway. There's nothing worse than, you're into game 2 or, game 3 and you want to keep the momentum going. Certainly for the players, it doesn't really matter for us. I mean, we just have to wait a little longer, but obviously they want to get in. But yeah, about 30 seconds away from getting underway with our first match tonight, heading into Erangel. It's a big one. And the team on our screen here, ATO Esports, they get the spotlight for a brief second. Well, they're dead last at the moment on the overall leaderboard, along with Zen Esports. Those two in particular need a really big week if they're to get back up as we head into match 1. It's time for Erangel. It's time for a new week. Everyone back on 0 points. Who can break away to the top of the leaderboard tonight?
Yeah, a lot of competition for the top as well here. A lot of excellent choice too at the same time. And that's kind of the story here, right? As we slowly make our way through this potentially chaotic week 3 as teams is just trying to find ways to secure themselves, at least solidify themselves before they enter that final week of the Master Series. Naturally, going to be starting off with a really nice, a decent flight pathway. It's going to be heading towards the eastern side of Sinoka Islands here. Pretty much most teams should be able to go to exactly where they need to be here, whether it's going to be a naturally long dive towards the side of Macao if they wish to go for it, although I don't think it will be somewhat necessary. You got some really great large cities, decent terrain, decent compounds for them to secure their vehicles, unless we get a really unlikely circle, right? If we do see a circle that's going to be heading towards the side of Primos, that might change a little bit of the flavor how this game is going to be starting off here, especially as teams once someone going to be making quick getaway to those priority positions for themselves here. But of course, naturally, this is going to be our Erangel stats here. Setsuna for Shadow Esports, absolutely popping up, taking the top spot alongside with Lun Lun here. 25 points respectively alongside with Alex. Sadly, he couldn't secure that top spot for himself, but I believe he still holds the top ranking for the most amount of damage done here. I think that title, he hasn't really been dethroned about it, at least from what I recall on these past 2 weeks at least.
Yeah, I think that as we head into this one, again, needing to reiterate now that we're done with the pre-show that the 4 teams to really keep an eye on for those that are maybe only just tuning in for this week as it's Northwestern Circle will be Shadow Esports, August, Vega Esports, and Alter Ego. They've been the best 4 so far across the first 2 weeks. And then the other teams to keep an eye on outside of that pack will probably be Zanshin, GameStart, Win, and Monk, and then Savage Man Esports. That would be the next 4 in my mind. I kind of skipped over Unlucky, mainly because they had a pretty bad week too, and they really couldn't get anything to go. And really, outside of the first 2 nights on week 1, then you take into account the next 4 days of PUBG, they haven't really picked up anywhere near enough points to be contending with the top. Now, they might be able to turn it around this week, but I just don't know if they've got it, if they've really got it in them. But again, on a game to game basis, pretty much everyone in this lobby has either picked up a win or certainly has the ability to get a chicken dinner. So it's really going to be such a competitive lobby once again heading into week 3. You factor in, you got the teams that are towards the bottom of the PMS rankings that need to pick up points, must pick up points. The teams at the top that want to keep the good times going and really nail home an advantage going into week 4. There's so much to really go over with these teams in this week. And of course, you got the bracket breakdowns, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all getting different points, etc. It's going to be another really fun, exciting week. Yeah,
interesting enough as well. Like as much as we talked about like the importance of starting things strong, right? What a way to really start things off here, especially with such an OG map like Erangel, right? I mean, I actually really love this map rotation as well. Right? We start off with Erangel, we also end it with Erangel as well. It gives the team to somewhat set the pace in the lobby, right? A very familiar map. You start it, if you win out the map, that's a great start. That has how the day will naturally goes. Then we get to the last match, right? Again, it's going to be Erangel. Teams that didn't really manage to pick up points in Tego or Rondo just should be able to somewhat turn the tides, especially since we also have Irama in the second last one. Another map that's also teams that's been playing at least thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, is our on as well. Happy Scott, I believe so far their performance, they had their time, their limelight in the sun, right? That's a really great moments, a couple of highlights for themselves here, but just haven't really found the solution to maintain that consistency across those rounds. They have some great games, but just not unlike some of the teams that we currently have at the top of the leaderboard here, just can't find that consistency or at least that performance to really secure those rounds for themselves.
Yeah, so getting a grasp on really the circle play here, 50-50 split with the Roshok River. I think that you're going to be in that situation again. We've had this circle a couple of times now already for PMS Phase 1, and pretty much every single time it has gone north side. And this is the beauty of the same 16 teams in the lobby after 30 matches. Everyone gets a good idea where with this kind of circle, it's pretty evident
how it shifts, right?
Well, not so much how it shifts, because the shifting doesn't make a difference as to what we've seen prior. The game doesn't remember if it's shifted north or south, but what will be remembered is how everyone plays it and how they rotate and play based on the circle, and that's going to be the biggest takeaway. So the lobby has clearly shown it has a tendency of going to the north side of the river and like playing around those areas. It's the teams on the south side of the river are typically more the ones that are coming in late, can't get to the north side, or aren't forcing the issue. If you do now see it, well, it might get a little bit spicy for sets sooner. I don't know if you want to be crashing this compound just yet. I mean, they might, it's a two-player. They don't know that Kia and Gulps are actually the only duo here for ATO Esports. They were hoping to maybe get a 2-2 split to go their way. Now, this is still a bit of a brazen start for Shadow Esports, pushing in. You've got close angles with the shotguns, frag grenades that you got to deal with. Blue zone nade thrown in to clear the stairs. That's a really good nade. Gulps forced back over towards the balcony. Fun little start here for match 1, and no surprise that it's Shadow Esports that are aggressive already. Looking to clear this with a double stack. Nicely done from Kia with a pump shotgun. Only got the one. Outnumbered. No help from Gulps. And so in the end, Kia will be eliminated. A quick revive for Shadow will be on the cards as Gulps now on the balcony. By him help. Where are the other two members for ATO though? They're a little north. Bolang and Lolba just a bit to the north, haven't even bothered to try and come help out. Had they got moving straight away, and I mean straight away, they would have got here in time. Could have been 4-on-4. Certainly with that knock, could have made it interesting. ATO just didn't either communicate properly or want to fight it. I just can't see how you can be comfortable, though, giving up the death of 2 players for free. Bops does catch Setsuna on the stairs. That's going to be a flush. I'm only to grab that blue chip, try and bring him back into the game. Otherwise, Shadow will be down to 3. And Gulps goes still with the shield. Again, though, where are the other 2 players? Gulps has played this well. Kia got a knockdown. They could have easily made this a proper fight.
It's a very questionable situation, right? Like, you would think, like, okay, probably you want to try to play that anchor, but he's just a little bit too far from the rest of the squad. But unfortunately, that nade is going to be the one to seal.
It's not that far.
Space, yeah.
It's really not that far. Like as soon as Shadow, their vehicle started, you know,
like being
circling the
distance,
compound.
right? Yeah, this should just make their way through, right?
I'm looking at the map here, and they're just north. They're close by to here. Unlucky. Yeah, that's. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. You're going to play that 2-2 split. It comes with the cost. They're aware of that. But for ATO, you've got to make the decisions, and not choosing to defend your teammates. You're down to 2 players. You're probably going to remain at 2 players. Yeah, I mean, it comes with the cost.
Well, regardless, looks like it seems Shadow Esports is going to be able to, due to the second absence, there's going to be 2 nice points for themselves here naturally. A nice thing. Oh, unlucky. Actually, this is going to be the other half of ATO here. Moving in, unlucky. Moving in, it's going to be Freeman. Didn't try to see the scouting. I don't think he knows that's actually one of the members of ATO here. So that's going to be a nice pickup here. But naturally, as you see, unlucky. Will they come in to secure? It looks like they will to try to flush them out. But they just want to get a little bit of intel here to see how many players is surrounding that compound here. So
that's such a misplay.
Yeah,
such a misplay from Fevin. Like, just solo walking into that compound, and it's about reading the game as well, right? So it's very easy in hindsight to say this, but you've just seen, because Unlucky saw it from a small distance, the 2 players of ATO cleared in that compound, and then there's another compound slightly north of it. It's a pretty common 2-2 split angle. You're just trying to maximize space in the area of the circle, and Fevin just walking in that building as if it's like completely vacant, and he's got like be a little switched on, had the game sense, get at least another teammate instead of solo clearing that. If he's got at least one teammate with him in that room, he gets the trade, he gets the kill, he gets the revive. They find the second guy who was in a different room in the building. So I think, again, that's poor PUBG. That's cost Unlucky. That's got to be better than that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they will slowly bounce back into the round here, but still 3 members strong as they slowly make their way forward. And RSG, on the other hand, little bit much later, as they did drop last from the flight path as well. So they're going to be coming from Sunoka Island. Not going to go for the emergency pickup here. I believe they're definitely going to be prioritizing vehicles as they somewhat understand how the map has been happening for at least these past few days. Vehicles has still been pretty strong, have been pretty key for a lot of some of the team here. Although I know Xenox, you're not been a big fan of the emergency pick, although it depends on what map we're playing on here. But we do see some team manage to find some success with it. But at the same time, very cool to see Nikos on the glider. We haven't seen much glider action happening at least this past 2 weeks now here. So that's a really great intel gather coming from Nikos as well, really giving the team the necessary intel as they really make their way throughout the map here. It's 16 teams here. There's a lot of field, still a lot of open space for a lot of teams to secure here, but they just do not want to potentially run into a team that's somewhat camping them up on the hill or on the open area or the open terrain here. So great coverage, great intel coming in. Orca TERA, quite split out across the map here. I'm sure you're covering a lot of grounds here for themselves here, but naturally, if you're going to be crashed upon a full squad of team here, hopefully the rest of the team is going to be able to come in time to provide the necessary support or reinforcements here. Something that we somewhat supposed to be expected from ATO situation. But Man, could that be a nice spray for a knock? Unfortunately not, but the damage tags comes in. Got a great couple of tags and suddenly no knocks. A Nox will be great in the open. That could be converted into a kill. It gets pretty close here. A couple of tags. But looks like Tree's going to be able to find Xmen and Kens at the same time. Zen Esports already losing half of their squad as they're doing mid-rotation, as they slowly try to make their way into more priority location into the phase 2 circle itself. Or I guess in the same way, slowly preparing to move towards that phase 3 here. ARMR is also slowly making their way in from the eastern side. Alter Ego, they got a really nice pickup for themselves. They're not exactly in the circle, but they still have relatively much time. But they also had to be pretty quick about it, because if I'm not mistaken, from their current location, their only entry towards the circle, they still have enough time. It's still phase 2 as well. Luzon doesn't really hurt that much. They could try to go down south, but I think they just got to quickly try to make their way to the eastern side. There's only one bridge that can somewhat get into that center part, or at least towards the eastern side or Georgia Pole here. That's all about.
They can still easily go out towards the right side of Rostock. You got Rostock Bridge. They can go petrol station, wide wrap out towards the S if they need to. As you said, it's only phase 2. I think it would be it'd be a mistake if they try and just drive through Watertown Bridge. Team Newbies there as well. Vega there. We're kind of just hovering over it at the moment as Tade's been knocked down outside. Now, this would actually maybe change the opinion, though, is they could actually third-party this. This is a really decent opportunity for Alter Ego to kind of just surround the Watertown area. It's inside of the phase 2 circle, so if they think there's a good opportunity to get some kills, clear this spot out, clearly based on the phase 2 circle pot, this is going to go north of the river. So that goes without saying. And Tede, the rescue mission looks like it will be successful. Translucent caught on an angle by Nan. That's Happy Squad over towards Ruins. And they've actually just sent 2 players in vehicles closer towards Watertown, so they're happy to get involved in the action as well. So for both Team Newbies and Vega, they're kind of surrounded by Alter Ego and Happy Squad. It could get really interesting. RZRZ getting the elimination onto Pivy. Got XP landing the knock onto Kamels. Not ideal for Shadow. This is in the blue towards Yasnaya as Kamels is going to be eliminated. And that's going to be the free kill point picked up. And there goes ARMR, wiped out by Monk. So they lost one early on, but Monk get 2 kills back as they're fighting in the center point of the circle. Tede, who got rezzed, immediately gets up and gets the kill onto Translucent, and Vega now 4 versus 3 up against Team Newbies.
Still, but we are talking about all this fight that's happening. At least this small skirmish so far. Nothing too crazy that's going to be happening as we currently see Vega just constantly sieging towards Team Newbies. We see Happy Squad slowly binding the time, keeping a little bit of an arm's length at the distance here, trying to see if they can get some easy picking as teams trying to flank for the other side. Unforgiven gets tagged down, instantly gets to the prone. Sniper gets a pretty great spray with the corner angle here. Sprays down TD here, who was instantly knocked first and revived back up again, and now knocked back down. Alter Ego, not too interested about it, not going to be crashing and trying to do the third party here. They haven't really get enough intel how the situation or how this fight is currently unfolding here. They saw the territory, they saw the terrain. They're still keeping it at a distance, just prioritizing, just trying to play around the edge for now here. Unforgiven just doesn't have the time. This is the last 2 members. Beautiful engagement, beautiful entry coming to Iron Ball. Real quick with the rifle here. Instantly gets mowed down 1. Team Newbie Anarchy, last member standing here. unfortunately, because he's the last man, there's not going to be a lot of things he can really try to do in this, at least in this round alone here. So options are pretty limited here. Could try to sneak in, try to be the wild card, to be the determining factor how the team play is going to be coming out later on. But we'll just see how the game progresses. It's phase 3, still a lot more rounds to go. A lot of teams still alive as well. Sure, we are moving towards at least the eastern side, towards the eastern side of Georgia Pole, but it's just a lot of mountainous terrain, which is pretty much why we saw Monk, ZSHN, and even ARMR Esports just duking it out there. No one really wanted to be at that base of that hill. They want to get that vantage point for themselves. Naturally, Monk came out on top there. ARMR Esports is going to be the one to be eliminated away. ZSHN, it's relatively still a large territory enough to actually accommodate both of those two teams here. So Monk not interested to, or either both teams not interested to truly try to force that fight. It's still pretty early into the round as well. Not really necessary to somewhat full send it unless the situation calls for it. But regardless, small skirmishes are happening across the map here. Sunny Side Up is slowly flying his way into the map, just giving the intel, or at least, I mean, he's the last remaining member here. So he's going to be easily picked off, spotted up by Frame Mark, and that's going to be a nice additional kill point for themselves. August has been pretty quiet. We haven't really seen much until now as we saw it go to the POV, but instantly opening up with a fantastic knock. ATO is already 2 members short. Now you lose the third. You're pretty much at the same spot with Team Newbies, and you're not really out of the clear. Thankfully, you got to that shack in time, but your options is, of course, once again, oh, actually, I was about to say limited, but easily gets picked up by ZSHN Esports, and that's going to be ATO, our third team to be eliminated away here.
Yeah, I really like the position of ZSHN Esports as well, just playing the ridges to the northwest of Loot Delivery, which is occupied by Augla, so their spot pretty strong as well. It's a really strong spot, Loot Delivery in a circle like this. Alter Ego ended up just pushing the Watertown Bridge. They're kind of gatekeeping a little bit, but now here come NRG. Crazy Dog knocked down by TERA. Actually, that's going to be from the little island between Alter Ego and Watertown. So they're making their way across. Vega are in a really tough position because you got Happy Squad over towards Ruins. They're shooting on one side. Alter Ego and NRG can look at Vega as well. I'm not saying this is impossible because you got the BRDM, but it's still going to be quite a challenge pushing past essentially 3 teams that are all firing at you. The beauty of the BRDM, though, is it's really helping in this case. If they didn't have it, that either have been wiped out or very close to it as we get the circle pot for phase 4, and it will go north as expected. And right on top of ZSHN Esports played the circle really, really nicely. And good space as well for these teams that are out in the open terrain areas on the north side of this phase 4 pop. You got good opportunities to take the gunfights. Monk's doing that just now. Framog with a knock on the handsy as Shadow Esport have not quite ever really been able to recover in this game. Still just the 2 kills from the beginning onto ATO. Lost 1. They tried to get the blue chip. We saw that back over in Yasnaya, instantly dead. And now down to 2 players as Monk go to 4 kills. And so far atop the lobby as we've got 13 teams remaining. And Vega have been able to get away from that group of 3 teams and currently pulling up towards Loot Delivery.
Yeah. So it seems like Monk is also having a really great time. You wipe out an entire squad for yourself. You're defending territory. You're not too far from the edge. You're not too far from the safety of the circle as well here. But this BRDM, sadly, despite its durability, it just doesn't have the torque to really scale such a steep hill as well here. So we'll see what they're going to be able to find. I believe they should be able to get across like from the other side. It's just a matter of whether the team is going to be spotted by a suspecting team. Back to the POV coming from the Monk side here. It's not not really. Oh, that's crazy. But
lucky for Nickers.
Yeah, but that could have been a little bit of a. That could be a little bit of a detrimental situation for Monk here, but thankfully, great return. Should be able to pick up the remaining 2 knockdown members. You're coming in with 3 members. Not to say you can't win out the rounds. Naturally, you want to come in with a full 4-man squad, right? But 3 men is still somewhat doable. It just slightly limits what you can do here in terms of coverage, but it's still fine. There's still a lot of other aspects you can somewhat.
I don't think they're fine here. They're getting pushed on by NRG, so they couldn't get Unk back up down to 2. NRG is going to be pushing them over towards ZSHN. So Monk's in a bad spot right now, but they've picked up 6 kills this game. If they go center, there's not really much there for them. You kind of sandwich between 2 teams on the edge. There's Happy Squad getting beaten up. And Zen Esports and GSW are around the vicinity. Orca TERA with 2 split as well, just on the eastern side of Georgia Paul. As Juan running in the blue, trying to duck and weave, getting shot at. Eventually, Bombay hits his shots to get that down. As Zen are going to be 2 players left standing at the moment. Auglis have been sitting very pretty. This compound, loot delivery, very, very strong. No one's even attempting to crash it. They've got good vision. They can start to get a couple of knocks and kills. And they'll also be able to keep a lot of their utility for the end of this game. Those smokes are going to be super valuable for the end circle of this match. Absolutely need them. A lot of open terrain, trying to push over ridges, trying to close gaps. Not really as many close together trees either, so smokes are going to be very valuable. As Kunyet doing his best dancing impression to get rid of a lot of the pressure coming his way. South shift, not what I was anticipating. Great news for Auglis and Vega. Means they don't have to rush in towards the next circle. We know this is roughly going to end up in the position of SavageMen Esports, around that sort of area, so don't expect to see a lot of moving from them as Team Newbies get eliminated, and so does Alter Ego. Just the 2 points for them, although it's been a good spread in the lobby so far. Everyone's got points except for Unlucky and Game Start Win. But Game Start Win are close to getting a point as well if they can hold on for the top 8.
Yeah, but this also means someone opens the doors, right? Because we're looking at two of the teams that actually came out on top and came out strong for week 2, literally eliminated this early into the round here. So this somewhat gives an opportunity for some of the teams to really somewhat set the pace for at least this match 1. Somewhat set the morale for the team as they slowly make their way in here. And in terms of the circle, right, like a lot of these teams, they're going to be pushing into the fields, right? Not a lot of buildings except currently where Auglis and SavageMen Esports currently positioning, right? So I'm expecting a lot of terrain play, or field play, probably even a couple of clip play like currently what we're witnessing here. ZSHN, couldn't barely get in time towards the cover, but then thankfully enough, nearby ally defensive smoke comes down, still getting peppered out, of course, courtesy of TERA, able to spot them out for the distance. They are coming in last into the circle, but that's fine. They know that they still have some time here. They can try to punish some of the teams who are slowly trying to make their way in. GSW, unfortunately, is going to be the one eliminated away, courtesy of Auglis, who is currently gatekeeping towards that south and eastern side here. 2 of the bridges, got a compound with a vantage point. You pretty much got that nice eagle eye view. And a player like Alec, you leave it to his own device. He's absolutely going to start wrecking the lobby at his own choose and pleases here. But sure, 3 kills on the side of Auglis. It's not a lot, but I'm pretty sure from what we saw from the kill feed, they're getting a decent amount of harassment, a couple of knocks here too. Not sure they were able to convert some of those kills, but getting those harassing is pretty important, because as we slowly get to the last part of the round, economy in terms of resources, utilities, comes in such imperative. But what a drive-by coming from NRSG. You do have one of the members knocked down. Now you're knocked down to 2 remaining players. They're trying to find the cover here, but just such in an open terrain. You're pretty much surrounded by all teams from all angles as well. That all comes with the God XP here, trying to go in for a last hurrah. Unfortunately, will not find anything or any success in it. It all comes down to our final 6 teams here. Monk is somewhat limping into the round here. They did get 7 kill points, as you mentioned earlier. Still a lot of points they managed to achieve for themselves. That's a good quota as it is. Great work done. Vega as well, but they still potentially, I'm not sure if they could try to go for the revive for the 4th play here. But for the battle for the Highlands here in the north side, ZSHN is surrounded from all angles. Monk from another from another mountain. They're also battling up as Olga Tetra is also somewhat scaling up the hill. There's also a potential SavageMen Esports who's currently at the base of the hill, trying to gate them before they make their way in. But looks like Monk is to get spotted, courtesy of a fantastic mortar by Savior. So also going to be knocking them out. But they did leave the round with 7 points at least, 7 points in total, and that's great for themselves.
Yeah, I think Vegas played this really well. Just getting to that bridge next to loot delivery, sit under it. The BRDM helped them a lot. They should have died maybe 8 teams ago if they weren't able to cross the Watertown Bridge, but having the BRDM helped them massively. They then park it under the bridge. They've just been chilling there ever since. Now sitting at the top of the leaderboard, 6 kills, 3 placement points into the top 5. They can kind of just chill. They don't need to force the fight with Auglis. Auglis have also had EA go and take some space up to the northeast. So as we go down to the final 5 teams remaining, it's hard to actually determine who's going to win this, because you've got the 2 big areas of the field right now, the north side and the south side. South side's got 2 teams. This north side's got 3. SavageMen Esports, TERA, and ZSHN. You know, if you can come out of this cleanly on the north side, you're in a good spot. Otherwise, if you don't, then it really, I think, comes down to this south side battle. If Auglis or Vega can win and keep 4 up, they will be able to take so much space. They'll have really good position. There's a crate there as well. And most likely, the winning team from this north side could be quite wounded. But as it stands, SavageMan Esports, I think, have played this incredibly well. They've just kind of let Orca, and Zenshin fight. Now they'll push out of their compound, and they'll be the next ones up. They've taken a little bit of time, but they've also got Savior into a good anchor position. And now the August and Vega fight seems like it's going to be ensuing. AR got way too aggressive. Caught on the bridge. Spins out on the US, and TERA gets the knockdown. And August now will have to try and retrieve him, but he's just not retrievable based on that spot. Vega now able to push up. This has gone horribly wrong for August.
Oh man, but I understood what EL was trying to go for, right? You want to try to get that flanking move here, but they just couldn't withstand the damage that was being outputted by Iron Boss and even TD, two of their main strongest fragger, entry fragger, not to mention that. And even if he did cross that bridge, there is still that one member, that one anchor playing on the other side here. So not sure how that fight is going to turn out, but for now we do know one member is out for the count. It's 4v3 for the Battle of the South here. I'm not sure what's the economy like in terms of the utilities here, as both teams has been just constantly throwing multiple alternates at each other, trying to force them out, trying to create that space as they slowly make their way in here. But August with one member short here, now it somewhat limits to how they limits their choice of aggression here. There's still that BRDM, by the way, which is still actually pretty tanky at this current point in time. I don't think it took that much damage as they slowly transit their way in here. I'm not too sure about this one next Xenox, but with that, if they want to make an offensive push to make an offensive play with the BRDM towards Oculus, I wouldn't be too surprised, and they should, and they should as well. They got the kill feed, they also tracking that feed as well. They know they have a man advantage too, so they want to go for it. They could, but it's going to be playing the time. It's still a compound as well here, so. SavageMan still pretty comfortable to the center side. Orca TERA coming in with just two members here, but can still do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, SavageMan Esports, they're the happiest team right now. 4 players up. They've got full control of the north side of the circle. Vega with 4 players and the BRDM, of course, in a good position. But the health point on this is quite low now, so it's not going to be able to survive being out in the open. They're going to have to use this sparingly. You want to try and keep it hidden at this point, save it maybe for a potential push phase 8, phase 9. They know that Auglis are down to 3, so Auglis aren't going to get overly aggressive. They're going to just try and sit back as long as possible. If I'm Vega, I set up for a gatekeep here. You're on just enough inside of the circle. Auglis aren't. So you know Auglis are going to have to go into a more open position to push into this phase 7 circle, and then certainly for phase 8. So it's just about sitting nice and tight. If you're Vega, SavageMan Esports aren't going to push down south and cross the road, but they will be able to get shots in from a distance. So being mindful of that and sort of just judging, you know, what's happening at the moment. Yeah, Auglis have just now realized though they're in some trouble. Find a small little crater, and Alec is the only one at the moment standing. He may be able to get a res if SavageMan Esports allow him to. They threw a couple of nades. They don't really connect. Vega now starting to think, though, that if August get eliminated, yes, they got south side control of the circle, but SavageMan Esports and the north side are in a much better position. I mean, this is now looking like SavageMan Esports' game to win from here.
Yeah, because this fight has been prolonged for much too long. It just gave so much space for SavageMan Esports to somewhat set themselves up, right? Initially, there was like somewhat tucked in towards, they were somewhat grouped up, tucked in towards that northwestern side. But after securing that north edge for themselves here, and with how the fight and all the commotion that's happening towards the south, that this really nice split for themselves. I believe it's a 1-3 or it's a 1-3 setup for them. You have that one. You have one of the main anchor players towards the left side, and that's the player that's currently keeping the remaining August members in check currently at this moment of time. Someone didn't want to be in a position where they're going to be choked out by the zone and also by Vega at the same time. So they made a massive gamble, a way forward for themselves into a crater here, but into the lines of sights of SavageMan Esports into London and Upchen. But I don't think they have enough ordnance to really flush them out here, but they're definitely going to be keeping the 2 remaining August members in check here. Whereas Vega, now they're going to be moved, now they're going to be forced out into the open here. They do have the BRDM for sure here, but we're talking about Orca Tetra on the left. We also have SavageMan Esports on the western side as well. How much damage are they going to be able to output onto this thing before they can actually get to the edge to safety here?
Yeah, I mean, the BRDM is at this point, I don't even know if you bother unless you can. The problem is it's very slow. It's low on health. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very interesting for Vega. If it was a full health BRDM, it's a completely different story.
No problem, yeah.
If SavageMan Esports and Auglis and maybe even the solo for TERA all start shooting this thing, it's not going to last very long. And Aimbot trying to maybe lay us some smokes. They know they do need to try and push to the ridge. They don't have to go very far. And to be honest, Xmen Esports just didn't really shoot at it. They really didn't put much effort into actually trying to blow that thing up. And that's actually unfortunate for Bombay, who just gets ridden on. And Empty then immediately with a knockdown into Savior. This is a big reprieve for Vega Esports, and courtesy of the fact that Xmen Esports just didn't have the ability to put damage into that BRDM or chose not to. It's one or the other, and Savior gets eliminated. And this is also decent for August on the duo on that eastern side of the circle. They too now can push out and even go for a pinch potentially into Xmen Esports. What's denying them the ability to do that is Lun Lun, who stayed back as an anchor, but that means it's a 4v2 at the coalface of this fight for Xmen Esports and Vega. As you're back into the BRDM, you heal back up. It's so low on health. Nade thrown over, way too over, and does no damage.
Hold on. Try to go for the reset, try to scale from the, try to go for a flanking maneuver, especially with the smoke that's somewhat set up, but it does dissipate away here. So lost the chance to actually close in the gap here. He spots him the crater here, not able to find a chance as a great covering from the body system. It's absolutely solid towards this western side here. TD just can't find an angle. Someone needs to give him the opening. He does drop down a couple of defensive smoke as August is here. Someone understand. August is currently on that right side here. Not sure whether they do have an angle for him, but he is setting up for the intent to actually push forward here. So he's moving in here. Ami's forcing out by the blue zone here. Can't push way too forward here because with the TPP, he understands that Upchen has the benefits of that current position for himself here. They do hear the BRDM here. They can't spot it where it's going until Upchen actually spots it out. Eventually, Alex sees it, gets a couple of damage number in, but the priority is trying to go for the revive. They need to get the fourth man in. They want to bring as many people into the round as much as possible. Because if I'm not mistaken, Xanos, currently at this point in time, majority of them currently has no utilities. No one has the smokes. No one has the ordnance. I'm not sure what's Upchen and Luna's resource economy situation because we really didn't get that POV in. But oh no! An unfortunate knock with all iron bots here. There goes one player. He came in to go for the revive here. Unfortunately, still coming back with one member short here. But hey, it's a 3v2v3 kind of scenario here. Savage Man having the vantage point here of this uphill here, making use of that TPP, trying to cover as many angles as much as possible. They're pretty comfortable with this, but this blue zone is forcing them out of that crater. Get spotted out here. They need that knock. One knock that could be pretty crucial to determine how this fight is going to be turning out. Who's going to have that control? Upchen tried to dance with danger here as he plays on the edge here because he wanted to wait for that nice opportune moment here. August even pushing forward to see if he can try to find a nice flanking move at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the unfortunate nature of TPP, right? No one wants to make a move because they can't make a move. I don't blame any of them. You know, you're playing the game as it is, but it really goes to show there's a lot more of the dancing, and it's almost, you know, who's going to move first, and then everything's a flow-on reaction of that. Upchen catching Tede as soon as he goes for the peek up because he was just being watched the whole time. And then the same goes the other way. As soon as Upchen, and then...
Wow.
What the hell am I watching? What is this?
It's... chaos! I told you that. Absolute chaos there. But you saw something. The minute they saw the kill with one member of Vega knocked, they just completely full-sended. They just didn't want to wait it out anymore. Absolutely rushed the whole thing. I got concerned because I believe two members of Savage Man actually got knocked out at that tree, right? When they actually pushed forward here. But you know, hey, Savage Man Esports came in out on top. Such a nail biter of a final round, right? Where his team was just really dancing it out, not trying to give away too many points towards that final fight as well here. So Vega was really well done. That's how the team really like adapted and really made their way towards that final circle, especially Vega, right? With the BRDM, you saw August making use of the compound. I think Savage Esports, they were probably the most comfortable with the position I had. There was a moment of discomfort because they were duking out with Zanshin. Orca Tetra was there at the same time. But you know, eventually they're the one that came out on top of it. Orca Tetra got too wounded. They went more towards the south or western side to make their way into the circle. Of course, running into Vega, that's pretty much how they got eliminated into the round. But other than that, this early part of our map 1, we just had a very weird scenarios where teams not really coming in for the reinforcements because some great knocks for mid rotation. Just a lot of unfortunate series of events is happening for some of the team as they make their way to the final round.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a very fun start to the game. I think the first 15 to 20 minutes, especially for a map like Erangel, I mean, a decent circle, 50-50 river split, and it was good to see the majority of the lobby getting involved. There was only a single team that didn't pick up at least a point in this game. It was pretty full on in terms of so many different fights and so many different areas, and the overall game was great, but the last 5 minutes of that game was no one did anything wrong. I just don't think that was very entertaining. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to say too much or I'll get in trouble, but overall, great game. And to be honest as well, we've done, 30 matches? It was 31 matches now. I think the ending, we haven't really had an ending like that really throughout the 30 matches played prior. So I'll tick that one off maybe as just hopefully a one-off, but overall, it was certainly for SavageMen Esports the perfect start. They need a good win and they get it. I listed them as one of the 4 outsider teams, is sort of what I labeled it as. And I think that they've got the ability. To me, the quality, the experience, shown good brilliance so far throughout the first 2 weeks, just not the consistency of it, and that's kind of let them down. But a nice win early on, first game. And I think also that the issue with SavageMen Esports has always been get into the late game. Well, there you go. You get to the late game, they picked up the kill points, and they finally put together, an overall good game.
Yeah. But at the same time, looking at like previous histories of the Master Series as well, SavageMen Esports will just somehow find their way to manage to call themselves into the next qualifier. But that again, that was a qualifier where they were looking towards like top 6 and top 8, right? Now we're in a situation where only the top 2 teams can really make their way forward here. So hopefully they really bring a little bit more fire like what we've been witnessing. At least a couple, they had some really good rounds even for the past 2 weeks, just probably not as consistent as we hoped for, especially with the team with the reputation or at least the experience that they have on their belt here. So let's see how well they fare off. They already started off with, they already won that first match for the cell. There's still 4 more maps to go here. And I believe at this stage of the Master Series, a lot of these teams, someone found it how imperative it is for each of this round to secure, at least get some points out of it, right? Because it's a best of 5. It's not like the usual best of 6 here or 6 maps where you're, at least if you have 1 bad round, you still got 5 more maps to actually earn that points. Now you don't, 1 map short, and suddenly now the team starts to really feel the motor, the fact that, oh wait, we just don't have a lot of opportunity to earn that points. Each round suddenly feels even more important than the last.
Yeah, and I mean, last week for SavageMen Esports, their first game, back on that Friday, they picked up 11 kills, but they went out 10th. This time they get 11 kills and they get the win, and that's what I recall throughout, especially week 2. I mean, week 1 was just an overall very poor week for SavageMen Esports.
Yeah,
they finished in the bottom 4, and the team of that quality should not really ever be finishing there, and then certainly a better week 2. But it was a case of they either got deep place finishes very rarely, but they got them and they didn't really have a lot of kills, or they went out early with a lot of kills, or they went out early with no kills. Like, there wasn't a lot of consistency. They did pick up 2 chicken dinners last week, but for SavageMen Esports, I think that they're the kind of team that, to me, can play off confidence. I think confidence is big for this team. I kind of looked at their last 5 games last week, and their last 5 games were a 9th with 1 kill, 13th with no kills, 16th with 1 kill, 14th with no kills, and a 3rd with 8. So they had 1 good game on the Sunday. 1 good game out of 5. So I think for them, they need to be confident. They need a good start. They haven't really had an overall good start to a given week on the Friday. There's 21 points straight away. And in a lobby too, where outside of Vega is 16, there's already a gap after just 1 game. That's it. The beauty of PUBG is like there's so many points were evenly spread from the first game. So by SavageMen Esports picking up the win, they've already got a really nice little buffer, a really good platform going into game 2, build on tonight, and they're the kind of team that I would trust. If they can end night 1 and they've got like a 30 or 40 point gap already, I don't see them squandering that. I think there's just too much quality. And I think this is a really, really good opportunity for them this week. If they can finish first and a couple of those other top 4 teams from the first 2 weeks, have kind of a down week, they're right back in the picture going into week 4. And a team of that quality, that's where they need to be.
Yeah, it's definitely got the potential there. And Vega coming in, I think so far they had a really, probably not really the okay, if we talk about consistency, yeah, they're definitely spot on, absolutely spot on. Sure, they had probably that 1 or 2 bad rounds in within the 1 or 2 weeks, but it's not a situation where it's like they had a terrible day, they had a terrible 2 days in a row. Not really the case here for in terms of Vega. It's just more the fact that the team's performances, right? Teams are really stepping up, especially once we get to week 2, right? Week 1 is pretty much a week where teams just someone trying to get a feel of the lobby, right? Trying to understand like how the teams play style, what's their habits, what's their rotation route, how do they usually tackle for certain amount of circles, right, on certain maps, right? So week 2 came in, you start seeing Shadow Esports start popping out. Alter Eagle, they're a team they're always there to perform for sure. That's without a doubt for sure. So that's also another challenge in the lobby, not just for Vega, but also for our respective teams as they head into our match 2. Is going to be Tego here as well. So naturally, Savage Man Esports starting off, as you mentioned, you got a great start, build on that confidence, you got a nice moral booster as well, buffer. So let's see whether they're going to be able to slowly replicate that same success into this following map here. If they can really end it a really good night, that's of course a really great start for themselves, as they are trying to slowly solidify themselves in this week 3 here. But of course, jump into the mix, you got this kind of flight path where a lot of space towards that eastern side here, but if you get that circle, so yeah, if that circle slowly shifts towards that eastern side, could be a little bit of a situation for a lot of this team. But if it does land, if the circle is dead set center on that flight path, I think a lot of teams is going to be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're a team that likes to play, or I guess loot over towards the very eastern side, yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate, but even then, you can get pretty good distance with the parachute. You can get vehicles. It's not really a big issue, certainly in modern PUBG.
It's a big map,
but,
too, yeah.
Yeah, it's a decent sized map. I think it'll be interesting to see. We've seen quite a lot of the Northwest Island on Tego over the first 2 weeks. It's been quite common, actually, considering how big the overall map is, and it just always seems to have this influence that Northwestern island, either with the river split, as that is a very early kill. Zeno still parachuting down, gets shot at by Akasari. It happens every now and then, not that often though. That is incredibly uncommon. But oh my goodness. Okay, well, never mind. Northwest Island we go once again. It has been happening every single week. It feels like clockwork. I think this has just been almost more played on the Northwest Island compared to the mainland, and not just Northwest Island, but a heavy part of it into the water up north, and that already in some ways kind of limits. I mean, how you want to really play this, you have none of the mainland in, so there's zero mainland. You're not going to be playing it. If anything, you hold out just on the edge, where the edge of the circle is, knowing you're going to push in late. That'll be for teams rotating in late. The one good side is, and you don't see this much of the Northwest Island get played, but the western side, out towards sort of Wolsong, you don't really see teams rotating there, looting there, but it's pretty accessible because the actual circle has the Wolsong mountain actually in the circle. So I wouldn't be surprised to see teams come in late, push up Heimo Sa, going towards Wolsong, and then sort of wrap in on that western side of the circle, rather than an over focus, which is what you typically see on the eastern side of the island, as we look at the man of the match, which was Upchen in game 1.
At least, but in this case, when you get this kind of circle where it's just like heavily towards that northern side, right? It's like you tend to, at least the teams somewhat come to somewhat of an understanding, right? Sure, the quickest way, or at least the fastest way into that circle, is you just head straight down south, right? Just coming from the south side. But it's just most likely going to be a lot. It's going to be someone going to be gatekeeping for themselves. And when you look at it at the same time, there's a lot of large cities, massive cities, before we actually get to that south side of that circle here. So potentially you're going to be running into a lot of things that are probably just going to be shutting you down. I love that you actually mentioned regarding the entry from Wolsong, right? It's a little bit more of a longer rotation, a longer migration, but definitely is probably the path of least resistance, right, compared to coming down from the south side. The east is probably still pretty much open, but there's also another longer rotation. But if a team is able to get there before you and hold that bridge, you're pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place, and just not much option to really come into it. But then again, it is still a phase 1 circle, still relatively early in the round. It doesn't hurt that much. You can still make another longer migration here. But if you take too many wrong routes here and spend too much time, you're just actually going to be whittling out resources before you actually even get to the safety part of that circle here. But my God, Xenox, it's just not a lot of land area at all. Just a lot of probably we're looking at 60% land, no, 70% of land. 30% warrior or 60% land, 20% warrior here.
Yeah, and again, because of the way that the circle actually sits, the mainland not really being focused, I'm expecting more teams will try and play the western side. And you can play kind of south of Godok and push in late, you know, so kind of more teams. But the problem is there's so many teams that are already naturally kind of on the mainland looting on the eastern side of Taiga. So the way they're going to rotate in, they're probably going to go like Yongxian Bridge, and maybe even Shipyard Bridge, because you can actually go Shipyard still phase 1, so you could go there and then rotate in for phase 2. There are still a lot of options, and yeah, I mean, I agree, there's a lot of water in for phase 1, but there's enough land that is playable and certainly enough space to, if you wanted to, sit in the blue and just wait till phase 2 pop and go off that, because it could go just about anywhere. And if there's an overinvestment of positions taken on the mountains, Yongxian, around that sort of eastern side of the Northwest Island, and it shifts out west, well, suddenly there's going to be a lot of space. So I'll be very curious to see just what positions are really taken with this circle, because it is so far north, there's no mainland. A lot of the key prior areas when it comes to this island is, of course, the mountain area. That's just to the northwest of Yongxian. So that entire mountain region is usually quite strong. Any of the major compounds. But going into a city early on, phase 1, phase 2, never really works out that well. So the actual main city points, like I don't see teams wanting to go into Army Base or Yongxian unless they absolutely have to. So ATO ended up going for the pickup system, which that means they didn't have vehicles. But from where they've landed, to me, it seems like they've landed on at least one vehicle, maybe two, just sort of on the western side of Shipyard. So that's actually a really good play. So if you're going to pick up system, do it early, land on vehicles, take some space, and it's helped them out a lot. There's still about like 5 or 6 teams that aren't even remotely close to the island, and we've got 3.5 minutes till phase 2, and it's starting to really fill up already. So first team's in there already. Alter Ego, kind of dead center mountain area, Shadow Esports, northwest of Yongxian. So the prior real estate areas have already now been taken. So if you're coming in late, you've got ARMR, you've got TERA, you've got Vega, you've got August, you've got Monk, you've got GSW, Unlucky's, and actually Unlucky and Zenshin, by the way, over towards Shipyard. There might be a potential fight in the next 30 seconds or so, because Unlucky is rotating into Zenshin at Shipyard. I think there's a really good chance these two teams could fight, because if Unlucky don't want to either try to push through or take the fight at Shipyard, they'll have to then back out. And if they back out, they might back into like a Monk or a GSW. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this. It seems like they're actually just going to avoid Zenshin and go into Shipyard.
Yeah, it's there's just so many layers that's happening to us at the eastern side, right? Like it's just wall after another wall, right? Team's you're eventually gonna be pushed. You're gonna be forced into it, right? But it's a phase 1 blue, so it doesn't really hurt that much. But it's that kind of thing when even you want to try to backtrack, you're gonna be running into other teams that's somewhat nearby. GSW, Monk is also somewhat on the way. August is also relatively in a similar territory, or at least similar side of the map as well here. So a lot of these teams having very similar planning as they want to make their way into the circle here. And it's, by the way, it's not just ATO, right, who did the epic out early. It was also Alter Ego and Zen Esports here. Although, you know, with that kind of mountainous area, it somewhat gives me a little bit of a sense of familiarity when how we would tackle maps like Miramar, right? If that circle was on top of Impala, those high mountain area, people just necessarily just take those epic. Sure, you don't have that vehicle, but people sometimes just take the epic to land on top of those high mountain areas. Just really start peppering down on those teams. If you can get those knocks, that's great. Convert it to those kills, it's even better. But if you're able to force resources, it's practically a win-win situation. I'm not too worried about ammo economy, especially for some of these guys who actually use the epic up, because they have so much time. A great spot, a lot of territory to get those loots for themselves here. Utility-wise, that one I'm not too sure, but I know for ammo economy, I'm not too worried for any of these guys here. So it's just a matter of vehicles, right? It's always that concern when you take that e-pickup, right? I think Alter Ego was able to secure, I believe they managed to get that one vehicle. Not sure about Zen. I know ATO, you pointed out they managed to secure a vehicle for themselves, which is also going to be somewhat imperative. But I think they somewhat left the Shipyard. I think even Zenshin was able to get through the bridge of Shipyard pretty safely as well. Unlucky, of course, taking over the previous position of Zenshin. But Monk is also just reached his current location. Don't think there's going to be any potential knock here. They got close, but not close enough to really land those fires to get those knocks here. So looks like that most of the teams should be able to get into the site pretty safely here. Whereas for Unlucky, still has to go through the multiple layers here. ZSHN being one of the teams here, they're also going to be surely going to be running past GSW, who's playing at the edge as well as they slowly drive their way into the safety or the circle.
Yeah, and so it seems as if I was pretty much spot on. The eastern side's just been completely filled up, but there's still every chance this can shift out towards the west, and then that's where we could kick into a very chaotic game. 30 seconds till phase 2. ARMR's just made their way in. They might have to settle for just the outskirts of Yongxion. Vega's very, very late. They would benefit from a western circle shift. I think Happy Squad would like that as well. NRG, Team Newbies, Alter Ego wouldn't mind it. So there's quite a couple of teams that a western shift phase 2 would benefit, but the vast majority of the lobby is very much hoping this either centers up or it goes slightly to the eastern side of this northwest island, as we're going to get the circle pop here for phase 2 right now. And there it is, big western shift. Oh, it feels good when you call it, and NRG have called it, and Team Newbies as well. The west side is pretty vacant, so expecting a lot of movement now. Many are forced to, because they're no longer in. There's probably a good 6 teams, maybe 7, that they're on that eastern side of the island that now need to rotate. And rotating on the north side of this island sucks. It's a one big giant road. You've got the water on the north side of it. Sure, you're not going to get shot at, but so much of that terrain is looking down, and then there's so many teams. It's just very it's a big congregation of teams that are on this eastern side of this circle now. It is absolutely packed. Look at that mini map. Everyone on the rotate. It's a huge circle shift that has affected this game.
You know, if we count out NRSG and Team Newbies, which is pretty safe, who pretty much really made a good call towards that western side, right? Literally, like 14 teams are clustered together. That eastern side and make their way team. We do see teams slowly splitting off. Some teams taking towards the side of Army base. That's going to be ATO and Zen Esports. I see Unlucky also slowly making their way through. Armored Esports, SavageMan is doing the exact same thing. It's only Alter Ego who decides to still stick around and slow the pace.
Yeah,
they got a
and
really
as
good
they
position
should
for themselves. Yeah,
that
really
spot on the mountain's really good, because if that circle, which there's still a decent amount of water in as well, Lee, on that north side, it's going to naturally go more towards the south. So they know that, and so if that circle goes south and then even centers up, they can then play that mountain terrain really, really nicely. They're not going to get crashed. No one's going to push up the hill. I mean, Shadow Esport are the only team left that's potentially behind them that even has a chance to maybe push into Alter Ego. So I do like the fact that they've just held their position for now. Everyone else was forced on the rotate. I'm not too surprised. I mean, sometimes when we look at these circle shifts and we look at how much space there is, and we say there's a bunch of water, and you think, oh my god, how are all these teams going to fit? I mean, the size of a vehicle and a player, in contrast to the map size, you're still pretty small. You don't take up that much space. There is plenty of space available, and certainly on Tago, you got good hill sort of terrain positions you can play behind. You got trees. Zhuan getting a good spray, lands the headshot onto Slyfox. Tension. Well, they're a little bit late. This is a late rotate, and it's going to see them punished. I mean, Akasari does get the knock onto Zhuan, so needed that one. They're on the outskirts of the army base. They are getting shot at as well from NRG, playing at the crossroads. But, I mean, pretty fortunate that they actually got the kill onto Zhuan. That could have been so much worse for Zanshin. They, of course, do lose a player down to 3, as Bo Lang is spotting GSW on the rotate on the north side of the army base. Got to get this knockdown onto Xiaofeng, but Bo Lang cannot fully connect. Show has been knocked by Kia. Bo Lang with a good angle. Kia, though, is a little sharper, and he's gotten both. Double knockdown from Kia for ATO.
Finally, the first rain after a long drought. I expected to see a lot more knocks on the kill feed with the counter rotation that we're somewhat witnessing as well here, right? So sure, no team wise, unfortunately, but a lot of teams are limping into the circle. GSW being the one that's currently just barely having one of the members knocked out. I don't think that revive is going to be coming out soon. Not sure how the POV going to be like, but this next circle, phase 3 here. By the way, still 16 teams with this kind of terrain. Sure, it's a lot of space, but how that circle shifts is going to make sure how this team is going to be reacting, right? Oh, it went towards, okay, it's somewhat of a central circle, but it's still towards that northern side. So now teams that's currently in that mountainous area that was very comfortable with the vantage point that they have here now have to slowly descend down into the lines of sight of some of the teams that's currently at that base of that hill here. I'm a little bit concerned for SavageMan Esports, because you do have Alter Ego that's currently on top of you. And it's not even a steep hill, if I'm not mistaken, as well here. So they could someone drop ordnance upon them, which is exactly what they're currently doing, right? They're just slowly peppering them down. Xmen Esports someone realized, yeah, this is not a really great spot for ourselves. We gotta get out of here. We gotta book it. If we stay this long to fight, it's not gonna be a fair one as well. So they did lose one of the members, unfortunately, here. But hey, you're still alive because with 3 members, you're gonna be able to try to keep the game going, find a better opportunity to someone turn the fight around. Hopefully find a better spot. Whereas the rest of the team is also just trying to find somewhat of a solid footing. Xmen heading straight to the shoreline here. We do have NRSG, somewhat nice to the center part of that circle, right? But they're somewhat spread out here. You get that great intel coverage. Got XP with the Panzerfaust as well, able to punish any incoming vehicles if he lands it just perfectly here. But I love the reinforcers, right? Instantly got XP. The communication is clean, it's smooth. Tells the rest of the squad, hey, I spot teams, I spot vehicles. They're inbound. Instantly, that team that was originally spread out now coagulated at this current spot for the defense here is a great compound as well. I mean, most likely even might be the only compound, one of the 2 compounds in this circle here in this phase 3 here. So can't afford to lose it. Xmen Esports not interested in taking the fight. I think they managed to spot a player in the time, or assume a team is here in time here. So we'll be taking a little bit more of a back position towards that northern side. But we do see London being a little bit more of a frontal positioning here to try to get that intel here. But I think instantly got spotted out by Turtle. TD finds Orgless on the other side, and I believe that's going to be a fight towards it's towards the southern side, southwestern side, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating circle. Phase 4 will bring it to the south. NRG is in a good spot, and I like the discipline from them too. As soon as, as you mentioned, the Savagemen Esports were rotating past, they kind of pulled all bodies just in case. And even though it didn't eventuate, and it Walton had crashed into that compound, they were ready for it. Mad Dog, big chunk of damage taken on him, getting into the UAZs. Vega trying to push in from the blue. They need to try and get past Orgless. It's CJ that gets the initial knockdown in this skirmish as TERA gets knocked. Mad Dog just sitting behind the vehicle, needs to heal up, was on 1 HP, couldn't get it off in time. Big frag grenade lands at his feet from Aimbot. One throw back from CJ sitting in the self-made bunker as Aimbot did take a bit of damage from that frag grenade. The blue making its way in. Aimbot's going to get caught by this blue, but fortunately, it's only phase 3. Won't take a big chunk of damage. That nade gets enough, though, to land the knock onto Tere's circle south, but a little bit to the west. Good news for newbies, Orgless and Vega. Well, maybe not so good news for Vega if they're going to get wiped out here as AJ just sends it in. He gets knocked down as well. There's only one left. It's empty on the rotate. Team newbies, Snipeball pushing up. They have the opportunity to even third party onto Orgless. Orgless and Vega, our top 2 teams from week 1, going toe-to-toe here, and both are wounded. It's the mutual destruction of both of these 2 teams as NRG will sit in that compound. 90% of the lobby on the eastern part of that phase 3 circle now have to figure out how they play this game of PUBG, because they've got no idea. At this point, you just got to try and take fights and be the last team standing. It's going to get absolutely chaotic.
And speaking of taking fights, the team that naturally embodies the term taking fights, we're currently looking at Shadow Esports here, absolutely trying to get control towards the at least the south edge here for themselves. Naturally, they are going toe-to-toe with Alter Ego, and even one of the remaining members of, I believe it is Luna from Team Unlucky here. But of course, that's going to be the end of that POV. This north side, I guess it's a little bit going to be more on the quieter side here. Got XP. They already got the intel positioning coming up from Savagemen Esports. They're also hearing all the audio kills. It seems like Alter Ego, we found out the end of that fight that's going to be happening on the other side. It's going to be closed out here. There goes Alter Ego. Windows once again open an opportunity for some teams to really climb out the ladder here. Got XP landing some really great shots here. Sadly not enough to convert to a knock here. But Savagemen instantly curious and drawn in by the gunfire now makes a little bit more of a closer positioning. Initially it was just Lun. Now the rest of the Savagemen Esports is getting a little bit closer to the compounds here of NRSG here. Of course, still keeping due diligence here, but definitely need to be a little bit more careful. Xavier relocating himself, instantly gets spotted by one of the members here. I believe he's going to be taking that anchor position here. Savagemen is just hoping the fact that NRSC is not going to be taking this aggressive push. But honestly, they don't have any reason to take an aggressive push. They're in a really good spot here. Exactly.
NRG's not pushing into that, but what they're going to be careful of is Orca-TERA. If they get an angle, look, as they push out of that cliff face and push down, there's a good chance that they'll be able to look straight down to Savagemen Esports. So that's forced a bit of a rotate for Xmen on the north side of the compound. It's Asa goes down. Monk unable to back up a decent game one. They will fall in 12th place as RZ for Zansha knocked down by Kia. ATO having a pretty solid game so far. They've been able to play the conditions quite well. Ken's with the spray in the org. Not able to get what he was searching for. Gets the reload. Has another try. A tag into sync, but he's able to get away for Zanshin as the circle pop phase 5 coming up in the next 15 seconds. Suspect knocked down by Monty just on that eastern board of the circle. Cherry is forced to leave him behind, so Suspect not going to get revived as Kens and Pivy are fighting it out on the east, and it is Pivy that wins out over Kens. Phase 5 pop. Does it stay with NRG? Yes, it somewhat does. That compound is in. Savagemen Esports, they're no longer in, and Xavier got knocked down by Hafiz as well, as NRG will pick up their second kill of the game. They haven't really had a lot of opportunities considering most of the teams have been still at a distance away from this compound. As Dusky pulls up, 10 Trip happy to meet him. They got a 6 kills now, Happy Squad, and started to go up that leaderboard. A quiet opening game, but now up to 10 points overall. 4 players to the good on this eastern side. A lot of space for them. This could be a really good game for Happy Squad. Just like that, they get the last 3 into ARMR and Shadow Esports. 9 teams remaining as Happy Squad move up to the top 3.
Yeah, majority of the big names is someone out of the picture, right? The only person left is pretty much just Vega Esports here, but Vega Esports, Shadow Esports, they're practically just limping into the round here, so not going to be too much of a massive threat. Maybe later on if they manage to survive all the way to that final 4 here, but of course that's going to be a little bit of a tall order to secure for themselves in this remaining top 8. Zanshin, of course, last member standing, going to be the team's going to be removed from play, but they did leave the round with 5 points on the belt here, so managed to didn't really leave the round with a donut here. Whereas I did feel a little bit bad for, I believe, for one of the members of Zanshin, right? He was just constantly being like pushed around in terms of the vehicle. There's just nowhere to go. Too many teams already secured those positions. Even the shoreline where he found his final resting place, courtesy of Savagemen Esports, there's just not much place to go. But I'm not too worried about Savagemen Esports, right? Sure, they're outside the circle here, but they are within the shoreline here, and that position itself is pretty much of a descending hill. Probably the only one that can somewhat flush them out is probably Hafiz, who has another vantage point. Probably if he moves forward slightly, he might get that angle to really start peppering them down here. But other than that, NRSG has just no angle on that unless they really push themselves forward. But there's just no reason. A great compound, a great spot. You do see NRSG feeling very comfortable about this and confident that they go for a 2-2 split here. And I believe thankfully with the TPP there, and of course no team's going to be coming in with vehicles at this point of time, at least Happy Squad in this case here. They are trying to see if they can get this nice flanking angle, but it can be quite a problem for NRSG if one of the members gets knocked out right here and now. And I spoke a little bit too soon. Instantly, a perfect nade right into the crater, a hole in one. There goes Fate, knocks down. And now NRSG is pressed for pressure here. Crazy Dog takes the safer route, falls back to the compound here. They lost the initial aggression here. Now they falls back. I did see a little bit of movement coming in from Savagemen. I'm not sure whether they have finally scaled up that hill at the back of that shoreline here. But now Monty going to be able to secure the kill. That's going to be another 5 kills on Happy additional for the side here. 11 kill points for Happy Squad. This is definitely shaping and looking to be a really great for Happy Squad. And they got really nice vantage points for themselves. Team Newbies, they got a couple of points on themselves. They are somewhat limping into the round with just 3 members here. But hey, 3 members strong. They're also within the circle. Happy Squad and Team New is definitely happy about this one. NRSG is finally, after 2 phases, seems that they have to leave the compound right into the clutches of Happy Squad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can fault NRG. They've only picked up the 2 kills. They haven't had a lot of opportunities until probably the last 5 minutes. And Savagemen Esports was a team that maybe they could have got something against, but I thought and still think Savagemen Esports have played this really well. They've kind of played a defensive brand of PUBG. They haven't tried to be overly aggressive, didn't crash sand, maybe because they only had the 3 players. They just tried to stay alive, get into a good position. Orca-TERA have kind of kept them at bay as well, and there are the mortar strikes from Kunyit. So Savagemen Esports are in this predicament. They might be either forced to push through the actual buildings just to get some cover away from Orca TERA, and certainly they can't really push forward at the intersection, because if they try to push, let's say, closer to Orca TERA so that Orca TERA's not seeing them, that opens up the door for NRG and potentially then even also Happy Squad to see them. So it's kind of a pick your poison situation, I think, for Savage Men Esports, that they need to kind of work out, and they're actually getting a little bit of help by Xiaomao actually landing a tag, but it's a short reprieve. It's not going to do much for them, but they've been able to close the gap without NRG actually shooting back at it. Like, literally just walked across the road. NRG are too focused right now on Happy Squad and have let Savage Men Esports out the back door. Savage Men Esports have been able to cross the road and get closer towards Orca TERA. Now, it's still 3v4 in favor of Orca TERA, but this is a big win for Xmen. I mean, you can see them off in the distance climbing the hill. NRG have not been able to do anything about it, because you had Lolber as the solo, free kill onto Turtle. They're too just trying to cross the road. They weren't really mindful of Savage Men Esports, and that has allowed Xavier with a good nade, but he got knocked down by Hafiz at the same time. And again, it was a 4-on-3 as Lunlun can't win his battle. He got one, but then traded by Bombay. For Orca TERA, having the 4 players up helps them win that fight. They had the extra numbers. They had the man advantage. 2 kills for Savage Men Esports as they go out in 6th place. Only the 4 points gained from this game. I say only in contrast to the 21 that they got in game 1, and it leaves the top spot slightly ajar for the likes of Happy Squad, who have got 11 kills, 18 points, and 4 players up. Team Newbies, don't forget about them on the south side of this circle. They've been quiet. That's a huge spray down from God XP onto Monty from the low side angle position to win that battle is big. Bombay steals it away, though, for Orca TERA. They're into the top 4, and so are we for this game.
I love the aggression coming from Happy Squad as well, right? The amount of commotion calls for them as well. They really want to secure all the edges for themselves here. Moving forward to really clear out whatever's left of NRSG, right? Unfortunately for Savage Men Esports, right, there's too many angles, not enough team to really keep the rest of the teams in check in time here. They just literally got whittled down. They got some really great nades, some really great kills in the process here, but just not enough to really secure it. But what a nade coming for 2 separate sides here. Beautiful one is going to be absolutely wiping out a majority of Orca TERA. I thought, like, hey, 4 members strong, it looks pretty great, but 2 nades coming from 2 separate respective angles, courtesy of Vega at the same time, and Team Newbies instantly gonna wipe them all out here. But right now, with Team Newbies, hope is gonna be keeping up in check. Sadly, no other orders except for that Molly. Why is someone going to be able to be pinned down? Not sure whether Orca TERA is going to be having enough time to go for the revive. It feels like they might have it, but Amp is trying to see if he can try to seal the deal here. That's a lot of kill points to be made there, and it seems like all those kills will be given away respectively to both one to Amp and the rest to Happy Squad here. Now the 4-man squad is down to 1. Happy Squad, one of the 10 trip, again gets knocked down here. Now we come down to literally just the 4 remaining teams limping their way into the final site here. But Happy Squad, one of the members is into the safety of the circle, while none is pushing forward aggressively. And Aki has the TPP advantage, finds the headshot required, gets the knock, and probably going to be the kill secure at the same time. And our Team Newbies, who has this nice vantage point for themselves here, could solely buy out the time, but eventually they have to scale down, right? Just that circle is just not in their favor. They have to slowly move down. Amp is also still a problem. This is the guy. This is going to be the anchor for Vega, right? He has been absolutely on a roll with that DMR for the past 2 weeks here as well. But naturally, 1v1 Orca TERA versus Vega. If it's a 1v4, could be a little bit. It could be a tall task, a tall order to secure. But a 1v1 seems a little bit feasible. But also Hafiz with the TPP finds success, will knock him down, and now we're finally down to our last remaining 3 teams.
Yeah, and 2v1v1. It's a very spicy finish to this one. And Team Newbies, I mean, this has been a really solid game in the sense that they've just kind of stayed out of the real chaotic stuff. And remember, they were one of the teams that played the western part of that initial phase 1 circle. So they benefited from that phase 2 circle shift. They still had to fight their way through a couple of teams. They were in and around the Vega and August battle, and they picked up the 5 kills. They got 2 up now with only the 2 solos to deal with. Every chance they can win this. And the issue with Team Newbies over the first 2 weeks is they just can't get going until really the last night. And then they somehow on the last night just find a bit of energy to do well enough to pick up some points. This could actually be really good for them to just start night 1 off in a really good position. So far 7th, can climb higher with a win. Hafiz for Team Orca. Happy Squad down to Elgin Bots. I mean, Elgin Bots has got the most amount of experience and maybe the quality too of the remaining players. But it's the fact that Team Newbies have got 2 players up. They go towards, Anarchy is, the one who goes towards the western side. Unforgiven has actually stayed a little bit back. So they've split the road, which for Phase A is kind of interesting because it's going clearly to be towards Elginbots' side of the road. This eastern side of the road is where it's going to finish for Phase 9 in terms of the center dot. So Halfiz has to cross the road. But Anarchy's position is good because he gets the best angle on Halfiz as we get towards the end of this game, but then that gives Elginbots the high ground. So if you were to try and put a percentile on this, I mean, I would give Anarchy and Unforgiven like a solid 50% chance to win this game, but I'd still say Elginbots is maybe a solid 35% chance, and I'd give Hafiz maybe the last 15 if he's lucky. That's even being quite fortunate. He's the lowest, but in a finish this circle where there's only 4 players left, 2v1v1, anything can happen. If Anarchy gets knocked, he's obviously just going to be dead, and it's just 3 solos. And same for Unforgiven.
Feels like we're probably not going to be seeing much blue zone damage coming in. Probably have to try to relocate in time. Hopefully can find another crater. He does spot it out, but naturally, of course, not going to go for the crater. Going to go for the tree, tree line here, trying to see if he can get a nice flank him nowhere. He managed to spot just an elbow in the leg, got the spray down.
Oh, Anarchy steals it.
Got him too. Oh no! Wow. Okay. Interesting. I thought that was Elginbots down right here, but now we're down to the 1v2. Now this is what you were talking about initially, right? This 1v2 scenario. Anarchy, you got an angle to that left. You also got Unforgiven, who's a little bit also has a vantage point to the right side. It's not really like a far angle flanking crossfire, but a crossfire nonetheless here. But Elginbots just keeping them in check as he's juggling between the 2 teams here. Anarchy might just have to go towards slightly more to the left side if we really want to put some pressure on Elginbots, because I think he still has decent amount of cover from Anarchy's angle. It's just only Unforgiven here.
Yeah, I mean, Anarchy's the one that has to cross the road, though, the longer this goes on. But Elginbots has to also push forward, and he's dead. He's dead. Well, I forgot about the blue. I think maybe he either forgot about the blue or he had no choice but to hope he'd get a little fortunate. Team Newbies, no mistakes from them. Good composure towards the end of that game, and a very well-deserved chicken dinner. That's not their first one for this tournament, Lee, but it's the one that I think matters the most because it's on day 1 of week 3. It sets them up perfectly. It's a really good start to the week and should fill them with the confidence that they can have a solid week and not be battling towards the bottom 2 like they have for the first 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, it's really well done coming from them. Definitely, probably not the most flashiest one, but then again, it's that kind of situation when you get a really good, you got a really good position. The circle is also someone with supporting you majority of those phases as well, right? It's pretty much similar to NRSG, right? Not a lot of kills early, but that's just only because they had a really good position and just no real need to really force themselves out. It wasn't like not like the majority of the teams in the lobbies where they were coming from the eastern side, just constantly clustered with so many teams as they were just battling for control, for assurance. And even if they did win out one of the fights, like for example, Vega winning out this fight, they weren't really out the clear here. There was still Team Newbies also keep them in check. There's TERA, there's also coming from the western side. Actually, I love the fact that I see a little bit more light coming from TERA. Week 1, the first 2 days they were a little bit slow, but that 3rd day they really bounced back. They got all the way to that top end of the rank. That was really cool. Week 2 probably wasn't really their best week. They did show the same amount of vigor, but sadly vigor wasn't enough to really convert it to those necessary points for themselves to keep themselves to that top 8. They really lasted towards that bottom part of the leaderboard. But finally, this first game, I think it's a really good round for a lot of these teams for the bottom part of the level. TERA was coming in. You see some life coming from NRSG. Team Newbies coming in with the win here. Sure, not as flashy. It's still tactical gaming, but still a win nonetheless. ZSHN, I love how they adapted to their surroundings. Just slowly when they got to the end, it was just a series of unfortunate because not enough commotion to keep some of the teams in check here, so they just got flanked from all that respective angles here. But other than that, well done. But that nade, the double nade coming in from Sniper and M, I think that was just something a little bit of quite unwanted for TERA. I think they didn't really suspect that. I was rather surprised. They were the only team that came in the healthiest with a full 4-man squad as well here. But other than that, they still did a quite a really great job pinning down Xmen, getting all the way to that final 4. I still think Arjibot was going to be the one to get that kill here, but you know, just like Arjibot for not forgetting about the blue, I think we both also forgot about the blue because we were just too focused on how that 1v2 was turning out. That was just how serious of a situation we were somewhat involved in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I absolutely forgot about it at the end. I think that it caught me by surprise when I saw it start to hurt, and it hurts. Phase 9, of course, you don't really get the opportunity to sit in that one. And unfortunately for Algenpots, then at that point, he's pretty much dead. There's just too much open space. He had no smokes. He had no real utility. So his best chance was to get a knock and create the 1v1, and then it could have been a little bit differently as we go towards the top 4 teams. And even though he didn't get the win, they do still get the most amount of points from the game. So I mean, for Happy Squad, it was still a really solid performance. Maybe I don't want to go as far to say the best game that we've seen from them across I guess now the first 3 weeks, but definitely up there. Definitely up there. Really, really solid performance. Even though they don't get the chicken dinner, I just like the way that they got a lot of damage. They won a lot of their gunfights, good utility usage. They played on that eastern side of the circle where there was far more going on, very chaotic. So whenever you can be the sort of team that wins those battles and stays alive, you should get commended the most in my eyes. So they walk away with 20 points. Team Newbies with the 17 points is still a fantastic effort for a team that, you know, for the most part, week 1, week 2, you know, a bit of struggling, 59 points in week 2 and 64 points on week 1. So to go and get 17 points just off this game alone is going to help them out massively. Good game from TERA as well with the 10 points as we then turn our attention a little bit towards the bottom. Bad game for Alter Ego and Monk, 2 top teams. Auglis as well, only the 2 points. Shadow with only the 2 points. SavageMen Esports with the 4. They had a rough game as we saw them positioned at the corner intersection compound. And where that kind of leaves us now after 2 games is, while game 1 kind of saw SavageMen Esports jump out 21 points while only picking up the 4. Yeah, you can see the gap is completely gone now, and there's quite a few teams that are pretty neck and neck after 2 games, which is good to see. And towards the right-hand side of the screen, you know, for Shadow Esport after week 2, where you walked away with the win, just 5 points in 2 games so far. So not the greatest form line for them. And I mean, Alter Ego as well is another one that 3 points dead last. Like, you kind of think about the team that probably should have won last week in Alter Ego. They finished their last 2 games on 0 points. So 15th 0 points, 15th 0 points. And then the first 2 games tonight, they've only picked up the 3 points. So in a 4-game block, all they've picked up is 3 points for the team that almost won last week, missing out by a point. So a little form watch on Alter Ego. We're going to go to a break though, of course, before heading into Rondo. Short break. When we return, we'll get back underway with match 3.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Rahmat Hidayat, nickname saya Voldemort dari tim Shadow Esport dan negara Indonesia.
アンラッキー所属サニーサイドアップです。前回もこのカオスバトル参加したんで、今回は全部答えられるように頑張りたいと思います。
我是 GSW 的 YU。
Hi, I'm PV, play for ARMR Esports. Been playing PUBG now for a long time, 7 odd years.
我希望我大家可以拿100分。
ちょっと怖い。
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
So Team Newbie is picking up the last chicken dinner as we head into Rondo for what will be match 3 for tonight's action here for week 3, day 1. Lee, a really good game on Tago where we went to the Northwest Island once again. It's been a very common location, but fun. And ultimately now, as we head into Rondo, a lobby that hasn't seen a clear breakaway at the top after 2 matches. No real overwhelming dominant team that sits alone at the top. It's a nice lobby that's forming for week 3.
Yeah, and definitely for sure, because like I believe a lot of the teams, or at least some of the fans that really came into at least our first match for week 3 as well, I believe everyone came in with like some kind of an expectation, right? Especially if you were referencing from last week's game, right? Like the team that was being considered for the week 1 to week 2, Shadow Eastwood being one of the team. Even for me as well, I thought they are going to be the one that's going to be really setting the pace of the lobby, right? Because you came out from week 1 at 5th place, especially since you had a slow start on day 1, day 2, day 3. That's when you picked up, you scale all the way up to 5th place. And then week 2, you win out the whole thing. And each of those rounds, even though sure you weren't able to get some of those rounds, you weren't able to get high placements, but you're still walking out the rounds with like 10 plus kills, and that's still pretty consistent as you slowly make your way through here. So that's the kind of expectation that you somewhat have, especially when you start comparing with who were the teams that won last week. Alter Ego also being one of the 2 here. So now these first 2 games here, those 2 teams weren't able to find or try to replicate some success. Erangel is definitely up for debate, but the second one, Tago, sure, everyone somewhat understands, right? Because it wasn't just Shadow Esports and Alter Ego. A lot of teams were put in a very precarious spot, right? Where this circle wasn't in their favor. It was a lot of cluster of teams as they slowly make their way into it as well. So there was more factors than none for less reason why they couldn't have a really comfortable game here. Some could say it could be a bad round, but hey, you know, it's just 2 match in. We still got 3 more matches. It's a best of 5 as well. But jumping into our match 3 here, classic Rondo here, another nice fly path, massive land, great amount of territory for teams to go for it. When they want to go for long dives, it's also available for them. Let's see which team's going to be able to come out from this time.
Yeah, I think that getting into Rondo now is a good point in the night where we're going to start to see on tonight's form alone how teams are really shaping up. And Alter Ego was what I had my eye on at the end of the last game. And yeah, it's been a rough start. Their form line has dipped massively after a really hot week 2, and really all the way up just to the last 2 games of week 2. And ever since then, it's 4 games straight now that they just haven't really been able to recapture the form that they had, where they were playing so well, dominating the lobby, winning gunfights, late games, doing it all. And in my opinion, they should have won last week and kind of bottled it a little bit. And now to start then week 3, the first 2 games, you've only picked up 3 points. There's something that's seriously changed. Luckily for them, they're such a good team that they can easily get back into this. And it goes back to the conversation we're having pre-show was, you want to start well. Clearly the first night has kind of dictated, at least the first 2 weeks, the top 2 teams started well on the first night. But Alter Ego could be maybe the team that changes that and says, no, we can have an off night 1, as long as the gap's not too big and we dominate night 2 and 3, we absolutely could still top this lobby. But they're going to have to prove history wrong, because it didn't happen week 1 and it didn't happen week 2. And we saw that with a team like Xmen Esports as an example back in week 1, Lee, where they struggled from the onset and eventually finished in the bottom 4. And right now they're 25 points and leading the lobby. So the contrast is clearly there. You've got good teams can have a bad night, and that can kind of set out the week, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, I mean, they also feel like a team that's really built on, that's really dependent on confidence, but also more towards momentum, right? If they have one great game, then you can have a little bit more confidence of the fact that the remaining game is also going to be a really great one for Alter Ego, because that's pretty much how they run, right? They're also a team that's obviously that can really get the ball rolling. Definitely probably not this past 4 games, probably not the kind of games that they wanted, and certainly they are a team that can definitely get much more with the kind of firepower and with the amount of kills potential that they have here. But the night they're still young. We will see whether they're going to be able to shake off the rust or get out of this situation that they managed to find themselves in. Because before that 4 games with donut points, I think the games before that, the rounds before that, they had great success, right? They were like second place, they got chicken dinner. Even they may not get to the top 4, but they still got a high placement, decent amount of kills here. So hopefully they managed to get out of this spot that they found themselves in here. But anyway, moving on, Orglis, also another team that hasn't really found, also one of the few top contenders here for battling for the top spot for the PMS, in terms of PMS points here. Definitely a little bit more of a rougher start, but of course naturally with how they're treating a lot of the teams in last match, somewhat understandable. But that Erangel was a little bit more tighter than they somewhat expected, right? Because they were running into like really strong teams before they really got to that final circle as well here. But they did manage to get to the top 4, so I think that's also they got a little bit of that benefit from that placement point. Team unlucky after that week 1. After that week 1 where we saw them really came with a little bit more vigor, with a little bit more aggressiveness, although they're still sticking to their play style, which is prioritizing positioning above all else. But they just lost that fire. Week 2 they started stumbling down. They had one good game, and after that it wasn't really panning out as much as they liked here. Now we're starting to go to week 3. Sure, they did get a decent amount of PMS, but they're not really totally out of it. If they really put a really strong performance today, although at least this week, this might be a good thing as they slowly try to call back into the form. Which is what we were discussing earlier during the pre-show, where if you're able to build a solid foundation, or at least a good 2 weeks in terms of points, you have more leniency to make some kind of mistakes here. But that's a really great opening, an unexpected one, and we were just talking about them as well. So this is a really great time for Orglis to really get those points in. They just lost Crazy Dog. NRSG is not really out of the fight just yet, utilizing that TPP here. But other than that, just no further aggression coming in. Just merely relocation, repositioning, trying to get that flanking angle as Orglis is currently sieging against NRSG, as they know they have the man advantage now.
I mean, God XP does land the headshot onto ER. NRG can play off that in 2 ways. You can either look to re-aggress 3v3, or look to fall back and sort of vacate the area. But it seems as if they're just going to counter-rotate on the backside of this compound, try and rotate in towards Orglis and take the fight. They want to try and take the battle. They're not They're not backing out of this one. They're not falling away. They do need to be quick, though, because that revive's going to take place on TERA. That'll get them back to 4. Lovely positioning from Alec. Catches Faith. I don't think he was expecting Faith to still be up the top. That Molotov does connect onto CJ. He's forced in towards the barn to go and heal up. That's not a timely third-party shot, though, from Akasari onto God XP. They want to try and get Faith back up, so they've still got the 3 players. God XP with the org in hand is behind the sandbag. CJ, lovely positioning, gets the double, and it's August that get the squad wipe onto NRG. 11 points out in game 3.
Oh, we literally saw almost a replication of what Lulun did in the exact same map in the 1v3 here towards Warehouse here. But other than that, of course, Xmen Esports also going to be able to win out their fight here. We did not see the earlier initial, except for the fact that Chu knocking down 2 members of Zen Esports here, that instantly led up forwarding towards that aggression to wipe out the entire squad here. So same thing, Ogless, the Savage Man, so they understand we're on that third map here. It's a best of 5, not a best of 6. It's a best of 5. We're pretty much halfway, almost halfway done with the day here. Can't afford to miss any chances to farm those points if they have. And I love to see the aggression coming for it as well. The switch up coming for these 2 teams. Someone understand, hey, we get 2 knocks. We might just go full send it. We already confirmed the territory. We know no one's going to be trying to go for the third party. It's still relatively early into the zone. Just go and clear it out. So really great job coming from Savage Man and August respectively. And they didn't lose a single player too. So pretty great for themselves. I think GSW actually got tagged somewhere else. Just not sure by who. But other than that, really well done on the 2 teams.
Yeah, and I wasn't really expecting that sort of action to begin already. But in fairness, the NRG and August were pretty close to the, not center point of the circle, but pretty deep position of the phase 1 circle. So somewhat makes sense, just August coming on by. And yeah, I mean, most of the center point of the circle now is pretty filled up. I mean, we're actually 8 minutes into the game. So it's been a pretty fast start on Rondo. Unfortunate for Zen Esports, unfortunate for NRG, 2 teams out early. And then when you're already playing such a big map and there's so much space, certainly phase 1, while we had a little bit of early action, I now fully anticipate it should quiet down over the next 5 to 6 minutes. I think the lobby will settle. There'll be a little bit of rotating phase 2, but I don't think you'll see conflict off the back of it. It might not see much until even phase 4, if we're going to be completely honest, just because now with those 2 teams eliminated, there's so much space available, a lot of compounds, a lot of tree lines, a lot of ridges. I think this is going to be pretty quiet for the foreseeable future until we get to maybe phase 4.
I'm not surprised as well, right? Because with how the circle this time really paired well in parallel with the flight path as well. So there's all the teams was just very comfortable. It wasn't like our first two circles, or at least our first 2 maps, right, where the flight path was really far off, or at least positioning against that circle. So at least this time the team's going to be relatively comfortable. It's just the fact that just the surprise that we're seeing like 2 teams instantly wipe out this early into the zone. But it's also like you mentioned, right? The nature of the circle, the position that they had, it was a fight that was much needed to be taken here. It was a situation where they don't have to take that fight. This actually had valid justification for it. So, but regardless, whichever team came out of it, it was Orgless and Savage Man came out without losing a single player as well. So definitely they take the full benefits for this. RZ, of course, Zenshin, sharing the same area, or at least within the same district alongside with ATO here, definitely having the angle for themselves here, but no one not necessarily need to go for the full or at least the fully send it for this one. Just winning out how the phase 2 circle is going to be live for a lot of these guys. It does go towards at least that center southern side, so still able to accommodate a decent amount of teams, but Kia able to find an opening on RZ as he was trying to rotate away here. A really great picked up here. Zanshin a little bit too far to go for the saves here, so Zanshin will be coming in with 3 more members. ATO still got the high grounds for themselves. They're very comfortable with this, but eventually they will have to make moves from this current position. The time here, and I think whether Zanshin is going to be making the call or choose to just try to gatekeep them at this western side. But at the same time, I'm looking at the other aspect of the other team, right? Xanax teams also slowly who actually did the long dive from the flight path, right? Monk being one of them, Happy Squad as well. the team that got the second place but walked out with 14 kills. Definitely feeling really great for that as they slowly make their way down north, where it's also going to be a lot of teams. Savageman Esports being one of the teams gatekeeping that north side, forcing Shadow Esports away. Team Unlucky also could be a factor to Team Monk's rotation as they slowly make their way in. And our previous round, Chicken Dinner winner, Team Newbies, finally made their way to the circle from the eastern side. Didn't have much conflict with Vega, but they are going to have a cross-intersection here as they make their way by. I wouldn't be surprised, a couple of spray downs here. That's going to be their first attempt coming from Translucent here. Instantly gets return fire by AJ. A headshot to knock him out here. There goes one of the members here. And now Team Newbies, unfortunately, losing one of the members. But hey, he's out in the open. I think oh no, they're not going to go for I don't think they're able to pick up the tag in time. So, or did they manage to pick up the tag? I don't think they did. So, no revive's going to be coming for the fourth member here. They could attempt later on. They're pretty near to a blue beacon tower.
Yeah, so is Happy Squad and Monk though, so they might not even be safe even if they can get there, and that's even if they can go and get the blue chip too. I mean, it's been a very interesting sort of rondo. The expectations haven't quite been met in a good way in that case. Poor old Team Newbies losing one, and that's not what you want, especially after a win, and you kind of fueled with confidence. You're in the top 5, you're amongst it, you've got a good opportunity maybe this week, and then you just lose one like that. Yeah, it just slows it down. It's not great. It's not a good feeling. And this has been an issue for Monk here as we just kind of watch them on the rotate. That's been one of the, I think, consistency, but in a bad way throughout the first 2 weeks. Consistently losing players on rotates or having rotational issues. When they have their good games, it's because they can actually either get a bit of fortune with the circle or they get a really good rotate. When they have their bad games, most of them are on the basis that they had a bad rotate, lost someone on the rotate. It's been where they've won and lost a lot of their games. And I say won as in not chicken dinner, but good game. So they've kind of just been stalled out. They're out in the open at the moment. They kind of pushed past Happy Squad near that tower. They wanted to try and maybe take the compound against ARMR, but that's been well and truly defended. So now they're just kind of split out in the open field towards the eastern side. Fortunately, didn't lose anyone, but again, I don't think they're where they would want to be right now. 20 seconds till phase 3. It doesn't really matter. No one's really shooting at them. They're not in a dangerous position by any means. But again, they're just constantly in the vehicles. They don't ever look really set. You kind of look at the majority of the teams in this circle. They're pretty set. Monk just look a little antsy. Where do they want to go? And again, I don't think it's because they were happy with the phase 2 rotate, phase 3 pop, and they'll make a decision now where they want to position based on this. I expect them to probably try and push a little bit more towards or go in a more northern fashion and get away from that south side of the circle as phase 3 just goes a tad to the north and moves a little bit away from Hungshan.
But it's also because like how the fly path with the circle, right? So it's a lot of these teams, we're just not going to be seeing a lot of movements. A lot of these teams, I also believe they're also banking on the hope, or at least banking on the fact that they hope that the circle just keeps being at least giving them the benefit of that circle for as long as they can, right? So in this case, Savageman Esports, GSW, August, ARMR, definitely loving it, particularly more than others here. We do see Unlucky and TERA still at the edge of the circle. They're also within their compound, right? So they still got a decent amount of time, decent amount of cover for themselves. The real question is just a matter of what's going to be the situation for the rest of the team. Hmong, as you mentioned, didn't really have the comfort of their current position and time. They're still in the safety of the circle naturally here, but now with the circle being smaller, with a little bit more open terrain and less buildings for them to really occupy for themselves. And since they came in last, they also understand that a lot of the good spots is initially already occupied by much earlier teams with the benefits of the fly path too here. So now it's how the teams is going to be slowly make their way in. ATO finally comes in, naturally as expected. Zanshin trying to peppering them down, trying to be the gatekeepers here. They're not too far from the edge of the circle here, but ATO is going to be making a quick headway, trying to get a little bit of cover from the forestry area. And there's still a decent amount of trees for them to utilize actually before they don't necessarily have to make dead set center. They could if they want to here, but they will have to play around with the tree line here. I don't think they're going to be able to get to the compound. Unless they decide to crash into GSW, that's going to be a little bit of a different story here. But currently GSW is just trying to be nice neighbors with Savageman Esports. Both of those two teams currently dead center of that circle here. So no matter how that circle shifts, I believe those two teams will still be pretty safe within their compounds, unless it's like a super hard shift from either side, and then might be a little bit of a different story for either one of the two here. But regardless, now it's just I'm gonna at least we both can somewhat expect to see a lot of edge plays, probably some edge clearing for a lot of these teams here, because there's still decent amount of tree lines for teams to cover, some not massive highlands, but decent cliffs for them to really just somewhat bank themselves in. But is it the most safest? Is it the most comfortable? Probably not. There's probably more better spots to be in, but it's just somewhat occupied by someone else already. The team that's a little bit late to the round.
Yeah, I mean, these two spots right here, this is a lovely overview. This is really where you want to be. Center point of the circle, nice, decent-sized compound, and really good vision of the overall field, which, as you're saying, is, pretty open. Yeah, there are some tree-line positions, so I don't think teams are going to be, too unhappy overall going into Phase 4. The teams that will be unhappy is if this goes absolute hard shift down to the South Phase 4 and away from GSW and Xmen. Well, I tell you what, another call.
I didn't want to jinx it, but hey.
Yeah. I mean, poor old SavageMen Esports, they were sitting great right next door to GameStart Win. GameStart Win are still in, but they're no longer in the prior position based on that circle shift. And again, changes the course of this game pretty quickly to Shadow Esports now sit in one of the better positions based on the Phase 4 pop. And it's what we used to say back in the day. It didn't matter what it was. Phase 1 to 3, who cares where you sit? You get that Phase 4 circle pop, now you're going to cop a bit of a feed. And here come the rotation fights. This is exactly what you want to see, though, if you're Monk winning these kind of fights out on the road based on this Phase 4 pop. They got 2 initial knockdowns onto Vega. Suspect, though, stealing one of those onto AJ as SavageMen Esports immediately lose one as well. Not ideal after just losing compound position inside of the Phase 3 circle. You lose one initially, now down to 3. Still need to get into your vehicles and rotate. Suddenly, this game has gone from looking pretty comfortable for SavageMen Esports with 4 kills already banked to now going to be a very tricky game to maximize points. As Zanshin down to 1 player, Chaos on the north side of this previous Phase 3 circle. Auglis only need to fire an Akusare at this rock and they will get this wipe.
No. Alter Ego is also having its own form of troubles as well. They lost 2. Second one is actually pretty tagged out. Auglis towards the battle towards the north side. Just too many teams just making their way. It's also open terrain. Teams that's pretty much there initially didn't really want to make their way in. They really want to secure their edges before they slowly siege into the center part of that circle here. But what a headshot coming in. Oh no, Chuhu initially got the 2 knocks on Zan Esports, but now it's we'll be experiencing the exact same thing. SavageMen Esports, Alter Ego, every team suffering, losing members after members as they make their way in mid-rotation here. SavageMen literally Upchen here, one of their main fraggers here, 17 HP, can't afford to be dropped at this point of time here. But now we're in a situation where teams are going, oh no, there it goes, knocks down, vehicle exploding, Lun trying to drop down defensive smoke, they're trying to go for the revive, they need as many members as much as possible here, and this thing comes down to defensive smokes here. But with that being said here, it's not a really safe place, and now the vehicle just doesn't have the cover. It's losing the tires, it's losing the wheels here. I'm not sure what's going to be the state for SavageMen Esports. I don't think they have enough smokes to make another smoke trails to at least a more secure position. They're stuck between literally just their vehicle and a hard place. Whereas towards the northern side, now that we see Auglis choked out of the blue, courtesy of ATO. And now we're shifting the POV towards that eastern side. Happy Squad will secure their edge side for themselves, their eastern side for themselves, and they're very comfortable with it. And SavageMen, who originally had a really great spot alongside with GSW, once again circle shifts. They lost their opportunity. They even fell early. Now it's GSW's turn to experience the exact same situation as the circle shifts towards the southern side, forcing them out of the compound, the safety of their compound. It seems like even only so far Armored Esports and Unlucky, they're the 2 teams that's feeling they actually currently like their current spot for themselves, or at least feel the most secure.
I think Happy do as well. I think Happy's pretty comfortable. I mean, it depends actually. I'll take it back ever so slightly because I think they are playing a ridge. So yeah, they got 4 up. Eastern side is clear, but if they have to push up, if they're in the line of sight of armor, that's going to be a bit of a problem for them. I don't actually know if they will be, though, because there should also be a hill just to the right side of ARMR's compound. So it's going to be fascinating to see if they can find a safe location on that eastern side of the circle. And if they can, then I think Happy Squad will be in a really good position, 4 up. Pretty comfortable fight win for them. They've got the 3 kills. And with Savageman Esports being eliminated, Vega down to 2 players. I tell you what, going to the end of game 3 here, it may only be day 1, but that top spot is theirs for the taking. Same with TERA pushing now out of Hungshan. They get to play that western side, which is pretty vacant as well. It's actually quite a wounded lobby for phase 5 in terms of the fact we've only got 32 alive. You still got GSW that need to push down from their compound. They've already got Xeno that's pushed out as the front contact player close by to Unlucky. So there's still a bit more to play out over the next 90 seconds. As ATO have to push in towards Shadow. Shadow's been quiet tonight, and 7 points is not really where I expected them to be after match 3, but they've got 4 players up. I like their spot close by to Unlucky. Unlucky's not moving around. They're staying pretty compact in terms of their shape, so they're not taking a lot of map control, and this has given space to Shadow Esports to kind of just push into the circle. They can gatekeep ATO. Still got CJ for August as the solo deep blue, trying to heal his way through. I don't think it's going to work for him, though. So I imagine August are probably out of this game. 6 kills to their names, but no placement points in the top 6 at the moment. CJ will just continue to tank to the point. There goes Man for Alter Ego. Their night just goes again from bad to worse. They stay on 3 points from their last 5 games. 3 points from 5 games for the team that missed out on top spot last week by 1 point. It is a incredibly curious turnaround for them as to how this has happened. ATO get eliminated as well. This is a strange one. By the way, you can see there's CJ staying alive. If he could just stay alive for one more team, he might have been able to tank the blue just enough, but he's got into a vehicle. He's gonna send it probably out of meds. No, he might have something. He should be dead very shortly. There you go. He couldn't quite get. Oh, he missed top 8 by like 5 seconds. Oh, that's so unlucky. GSW, they're wiped out by Happy Squad, so they go to the top spot. They pushed up towards the north. Really good rotate. They didn't sense that it was going to be safe to just push directly from the eastern side into the open field, so they wrapped up to the north. They took the fight, and they got rid of GSW. Unlucky's passiveness has cost them 2. They're down to 2 players, only the 1 kill. They've played this way too passive. Weak mentality, not spreading, not taking fights, not taking map control, just doing nothing. Essentially just sat there and did nothing. And eventually when the aggression came to them, they weren't ready for it either. So that's a really poor game for Unlucky, and a reason why they're struggling over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's definitely a pretty rough round, but I'm gonna say first, August, you have my faith renewed, because I thought he was gonna give himself out to the blue. I thought it was like, not gonna give a kill point away, but ended up he's the one that wiped out the entire squad of ATO. So faith renewed. Apology. The man went down swinging. He got, I believe it was like 4 points. They had 4 points before they went down. Now it was just 8 points in total. So sure, a shy away for placement. But hey, you still walk up with 8 points. It's definitely going to be aiding you in terms of your points later on. It definitely will help later in the at least the long run for this week 3 here. But ARMR Esports, Circle, once again, favoring them. They are definitely loving this kind of situation. Unlucky, definitely not in the spot they really want to be in. There's 2 members still limping in. Not sure how they're going to be able to try to close this out here. Whereas Shadow Esports, like you mentioned as well, much more on the quieter side. But at least this time they have a full 4-man squad. They definitely have options how they really want to tackle into the round. Of course, naturally, first things first, they need to try to clear out TERA. I don't think they have to worry too much on that central area, mainly because they're at the bottom part of this hill, right? So they don't really have to scale it up just yet. They just need to secure their southern side. They slowly make their way and try to pepper down on top of ARMR Esports here. Happy Squad, I believe, was currently on that eastern side. They did shift towards the north to check things out, right? But they did mention because they have this hill, so they don't really have to worry too much. There's a lot of forest area. They did manage to secure the eastern side much earlier as well, right? The only factor that could probably be a detriment, that could be a problem for them, most likely it's just going to be Vega, right? If they decide to try to flank that towards the southern side, which is pretty much why we see like Monty or even Tantrip having this little bit of a 2-2 setup, right? But slightly shifting towards that southern side just to make sure no one's going to be flanking in. Someone there to be at least to hear any audio cues or at least try to punish some teams coming in. But ARMR East also is going to be playing that factor, right? He's also a variable to make sure no team's going to be crossing that road. So Happy Squad really only have to just really worry towards that north part. They don't really have to worry about that central part just yet.
A circle pop for phase 7 coming up very shortly is Happy. Yeah, I mean, I think now that they know that that eastern side was vacant from earlier, wow, look at that circle shift right onto the compound of ARMR. One of those games, you're going to get one every now and then where you just get to sit compound. But they've been active. They've got 3 kills. You know, they're not just sitting inside and playing passive. They're keeping teams at bay. They're shooting from the roof. They're active. You got to remember as well, firstly, you're going to play the compound. If you get the circle shift, you're going to play the compound. Secondly, you're never really going to get prime opportunities to get full squad wipes and pick up a massive kills. The fact they've even got the 3 kills just shows how active they've really been at this compound, shooting from the roofs, trying to steal some knocks and making sure that they're keeping the guns up and always scouting and getting information. They should have a pretty good read on where the vast majority of the lobby is located based on the roof play and certainly with TPP. So I think ARMR's, I know ARMR's in a really good spot right now. We'll see how the game does sort of pan out from here. And Happy Squad's got some decision making to do. Algin Bots and Tantrip rotated up towards the north. They might not be fully aware of Shadow Esports kind of directly above them on that hilltop, as Goni's still lagging behind for Unlucky. This has been a very fascinating game for Unlucky, though, the way that they've played. They're still making to the top 6, but it doesn't seem like they've been active participants in the actual game of PUBG. They've just kind of snuck into the battlefield and just trying to stay alive without actually shooting at anyone. But yeah, Goni, the jump spotting inside of the smoke to get as much information as possible. We've seen that, of course, become a thing with TPP. TERA, they continue to surprise tonight in the top 4 with 4 kills to their name this game. They'll get the elimination onto empty. Vega sitting in second, and it's been a good night tonight from Vega because I don't think they've played their utmost best, but they're getting points, and it's always the sign of a good team when you're not having the best night, but you're still sitting in second on 32 points. I can definitely say you can get more out of Vega. That's a lovely nade as well from Aimbot, throwing that down a hill. Never easy to get those to hit exactly where you want them to hit, as Bombay knocked. Aimbot can now look to try and go for the finish with the blue zone nade, pushed up, but the smoke obscuring the vision, picks up another frag grenade. Yeah, Bombay should be dead here, as that frag grenade will make sure of it. Bombay eliminated, 6th kill picked up for Vega. TERA down to 3 as we're getting the phase 8 circle pop.
Yeah, but then again, at the same time, you just gotta love how Vega really played that situation, right? Like they already a little bit of a disadvantage when they went against TERA. Just love how Iron Bots really just slowly deconstruct the aggression coming in for TERA. But don't get me wrong, I love to see the absolute change in pace for TERA, right? This is something that we saw in week 2, but it was a little bit of a stink up around for a couple of those rounds for them. Today, we're seeing them slowly rising up the ranks, getting a little bit more of that aggression in, getting that placement. Sure, if they're able to balance out that placement with kills, that's even better, which I think so far they managed to achieve it. I think if they get to that top 4, it's even better, because Vega is only left with 1 player, and that's just Iron Bots here. But really slowed down the momentum for TERA. I think that's really great. That really forced them back here. But then again, Iron Boss is not really out of the clear. He's still 1 member. He did utilize a lot of utilities to really make that plan to some form of success here. But ARMR Esports, right? Really great stop, really peppering them down. They got the 3 kills, right? But I'm also believe they also put in massive amount of damage. Sure, could have get those kills, could have get those knocks, right? But when you're in this kind of situation where you have a really good spot, the circle is favoring you as well, if you get kills, that's great. If you don't, your goal is just to waste resources. We're getting to that part of the game where this late into the round where resources really is such a crucial thing for teams that doesn't have the safety of the position of the compound. Those are still flat out in the open, they're still at the edge of the blue. They just need all the utility to close in the gaps. And it looks like Iron Bots putting even more damage count to the side of TERA here. And ARMR Esports is going to be joining them in suits here. And Iron Bots alone dismantle majority of the members of TERA.
Oh,
it was
good
only
spray.
ARMR Esports coming in to just secure it. Beautiful spray, great control. Now the teams are slowly limping into the round, and that Shadow Esports, 2 members knocked down. Happy Squad also gets spotted out, courtesy of Vega here, trying to slow things down on Happy Squad's end here. Iron Boss, let's be honest, if you fall here, I'll be pretty satisfied with it. You did your job. You did the damage count. You got you did exactly what you sought out to do as well here. So well done.
And well done to ARMR as well, just getting those the knocks onto Cavals and Jaxi. That's the real test. You can sit the compound, but once you get crashed, you got to be active and ready on the defense, and they were able to do a good job of denying what would have been a clean entry for Shadow Esports, so they get the double there. Then technically getting the elimination onto Jaxi. Suspect knocked. He tried to push up to play the fence line against Happy Squad. I think Happy Squad are now actually in the best position to probably go on and win this game. 4 up. Yeah, it's a wounded Shadow, but they've infiltrated the building of ARMR. So ARMR now have to go on the defense. They have to be mindful of the fact that inside the building itself, you've got these 2 Shadow Esports players. Then on the outside of it, Happy Squad are kind of just sitting and waiting. This will go right down to the end of the 2 minutes. This is not going to finish before the 2 minutes are up here. Everyone's just going to sit. Blue zone nades will get thrown. Frag grenades, smokes will eventually. The smokes will probably get thrown out if there are any left, and then allow a bit of the entry. Hansy gets the knock onto Algin bots. I mean, if they don't have smokes, I'm surprised that Happy Squad haven't thrown any yet. I would have expected them by now if they did. They might actually be down on resources. Happy Squad have been fighting quite a lot throughout this game. It would make sense. But if they don't have the smokes, it is going to mean that for Hansy, Setsuna, and ARMR, they can essentially turn into like one team right now, Shadow Esports and ARMR, to deny Happy Squad the ability to push up past this fence line and actually get to the building, which is where the circle's going to finish. So Happy Squad go from, happy to now needing to really force their way into this building. You can see the way that they're pushing. They're trying to maintain the fence for as long as possible. So rotate it over where there's more space in terms of time. That circle is going to finish pretty close to their position. I don't think it's going to be right at that fence, though, is it? I mean, it's hard to see.
No, yeah, it is going to be at the fence line. Xenox, we are literally repeating the Miramar game from last week, day 2 here, where the 2 teams on the high vantage point had to jump down because there's no other space they can go for. The Blue Zone is just forcing them out here. And now they had to jump down, and once they do, the instant gets tagged out, crossfire. Happy Squad literally deconstructed the plan. Well, ARMR Esports had the compound for the benefit of the compound for multiple phases now, but it was Happy Squad who seized their way forward here for great success. Well done for securing that win.
Yeah, my apologies. I couldn't really see the dot, wasn't all that zoomed in, but they certainly could see it, and good reposition to get over towards the right spot. And in the end, still one thing that did surprise me was the lack of smokes. Now, as great as a position as that is for Happy Squad in the end to play that fence and knowing that you've got some that are jumping off the roof or trying to jump out of windows, etc., to get out of the compound, if you have a couple of smokes and you can just kind of throw those out and really cover the entire area, which is what you will see in a lot of like kind of city finishes. This only being a single compound is a bit different, and certainly with a lot of fighting happening in the more open fields. Like I still expected more smokes to get thrown out, and if there were some smokes, that would have really made it far more of an interesting finish, because you would have had the ability to get out of the windows. You throw out one smoke at the windowsill, then one smoke further ahead, and then you can kind of push out a little bit. Then you throw, if you've got even more, on top of Happy Squad to deny them having the immediate vision. Of course, with TPP, smokes maybe aren't as strong maybe in that situation, but yeah, interesting finish. And Happy Squad, though, really good night so far. 3 games done, and they've been, I think, the best team through 3 games. And they were showing glimpses of it throughout the first 2 weeks as well, that they're a really good squad that just haven't maybe been able to, put together a full week. Only the 71 points back in week 1. Week 2, they picked up the 85 points, so a little bit better. But it was the signs from them in certain games. You think, yeah, this is a really good team, but why can't we see this more often? Well, so far tonight, to kick off, week 3, they've been pretty strong in, I think, almost all of the games. Looking back over to game 1, they only picked up picked up the 4 points in a lobby that was pretty well spread for points back in game 1, so that kind of makes a little bit of sense. And then for game 2, the points for Happy Squad, they picked up 20. So it's been a really good 2 games, but a good night overall.
Yeah, it's you can definitely feel like it's that slow progress, right? That first game, you get that 9th placing with 4 points, right? Then suddenly the last game, or at least match 2, you get that 2nd place and 14 points, 20 points, like you mentioned. Now this 3rd game, it's pretty much like that icing on the cake, right? Now you have that nice, great start. You're pretty much like warmed up. You got the momentum build up. You got that great morale also build up because you got that 2nd placement. Now you got that chicken dinner as well in a very well manner, because they really see all their wins wasn't really in a situation where like Circle was favoring them whatsoever. They were just really just playing around those edges, securing, constantly finding those fights for themselves as they really make their way in here. So it wasn't really like a clean sweep for them. They fought for it. They worked hard for it. They planned and adapted accordingly. But I also think at the same time, it was also thankfully I believe they were also thankful for how the terrain was like for the compound where ARMR Esports was designed as well, right? You got a nice steep hill, perfect cover for them to just really just tuck it out as long as they can. Eventually just siege forward towards the walls. I think Shadow Esports also played like another factor where, you know, just being like that first line of defense for ARMR Esports here, right? But with how the circle was, the center part of the circle is going to be, everyone's going to be flushed out. You know, to answer your question regarding smokes, it also could be the fact because there was a lot of situation that Shadow Esports was battling out towards the north side. They had a lot of fights with another team on that side, so they might have expanded quite a bit, but we didn't really get the POV, right? So maybe they just really had expended all their resources towards that final fight. If they had, it could be a little bit of a different situation, like you mentioned, but you know, but that's that. Happy Squad came out with 11 points. That's going to be another game where they got a double-digit kill score for themselves here. Now with a chicken dinner on top of that, that's going to be 21 points, another 20-pointer to add to their score here for week 3. You couldn't ask for a more better start for Happy Squad here. But then again, also it was also a really great game for ARMR Esports, right? Because they were also struggling to find their footing as well, pretty much in a similar category with Monk, right? Not too much on the rotation side, but just trying to win out those fights here. But they got the positioning, they put in the numbers, they put in the damage counter. Even the damage counter was relatively high, which is to be expected, right? So they got the 3 kill points. The remaining only came much later when we got to that final 4. So 12 points in total is really great for them. Vega naturally on an absolute tear. I didn't expect them to really like keep it going all the way with just with the position that they have, and they play, and also with the player count that they did towards that final part. How they fought against TERA was really well done, coming from Iron Boss. Really well done.
Yeah, as we go to the total leaderboard, 3 matches in, 10-point lead for Happy Squad. Vega, the ones sitting directly behind them, and then a small gap starting to form, but still only small. Xmen Esports, again, they started with the 21 points back in game 1, 8 points then over the next 2, so they've cooled off a little bit. TERA's been pretty consistent tonight, sitting inside of the top 4. But as things stand on the other side, again, Alter Ego still just the 3 points for the team that finished second last week. Monk now in the bottom 5 after a good game 1. Games 2 and 3 haven't been kind to them. So what we're seeing outside of, I would say, Alter Ego, when you kind of look at that top 8, it's still largely the same teams from the first 2 weeks performance-wise. Yep. I mean, maybe not so much Happy Squad because, well, yeah, I mean, Happy Squad themselves haven't probably got themselves into that sort of top 4 group bracket, like I mentioned, you know, your Shadows, your August, your Vegas, and your Alter Egos. Well, Alter Ego is the one that's struggling. The other 3 have been at least good. I mean, Vega, of course, sitting in second at the moment, August in the top 8, Shadow in the top 8. That, you know, they're still around the mark, so that's really the good news for those teams. When you take in the overall PMS board through the first 2 weeks, Happy Squad have only got, only the 50 points. They're still like a solid 80 to 90 points behind the vast majority of those teams. So even if, like, let's say Happy Squad were to win this week lead, they'd go to 150. But if you were to have Vegas finish second, they'd be on 210. So that's how far behind Happy Squad are. Despite how good they've been so far this week, they probably still need other factors. They'd love to see, you know, maybe an TERA, maybe a Team Newbies, or any other teams that maybe also didn't pick up a lot of PMS points to at least fill that second place, just to get them the ability to leapfrog up the PMS leaderboard going into week 4, provided that they can turn this into a solid weekend and not just a solid night 1.
Which is why we were discussing earlier, right, where week 3 it's going to be the chaotic week, right? It's going to be the week where we somewhat determine like what's going to be the game, who's going to be the team that's going to be going head to head, right, towards that week 4. Week 3 is pretty hard. It's still pretty hard to tell because of how close some of the PMS points with some of the teams relatively how close they are with each other as well. Sure, maybe Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports being 50 points, right? That's like half of what Shadow Esports or Vega Esports currently have, which is 120, 130, or 140 points, right, in total, right? So depending on how well they perform this week for some of the teams, not just for Happy Squad, like even the teams who has 70 points, 90 points, that's Team Zanshin, GSW, Team Monk, right? If they perform well this week, right, then we somewhat have a more clearer idea which are the top teams that we're going to be focusing on or revolving around on to be competing for that first 2 spots to be moving forward to that EWC APAC qualifiers. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, finally jump into our second last map of the night. Naturally, it's going to be the Dusty Dunes Marama, another classic, a map that also a lot of teams has been playing hundreds of thousands of hours on as well. We got a nice flight path as well. Hopefully the team gets a really nice circle. Would be pretty crazy if we get that nice Impala circle, because last week Xenox, we had this really nice not exactly on the final circle, wasn't exactly on top of Los Leones. It was the north edge part, but it was still a pretty interesting fight nonetheless.
Yeah, and we had a fun one as well last week up Campo Militar, and just to the shooting range, just to the
right on. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Campo Militar. Yeah, very, very northern finish. So that was a fun one, and it was again a showcase of teams being able to adapt, because as you're surprised to hear it, I'm sure they were surprised to play it. It's not one that's common. I hadn't seen it really ever my entire time casting Miramar, so you've got to be able to adapt. You've got to be able to play the circles that aren't common. Like this circle, for instance, it seems a bit fun, seems a bit juicy, and it certainly will be, but it's a bit of a common Miramar circle when you go down to Los Leones and you play the Puerto Paraíso area and the fields around. So this is a pretty standardized Miramar circle. It's nothing that hasn't been done before, and I think it's always a really good circle as an example of the teams that have done the homework. They know how to play this kind of area around the open fields, which buildings, which compounds that they like. This is probably one of the more fun Miramar circles for me, just because there's a decent amount of water on a map where, of course, the water's only really on that south and slightly southeastern side of Miramar. So when you have a decent amount of the circle that's just straight up not playable, open fields, it creates for a little bit more of the earlier chaos on what is typically a slow map in terms of Miramar. Los Leones is not a city you really want to be in at this point. Phase 1, phase 2, unless it's an actual Los Leones finish, you don't really want to be in there. Maybe the outskirts is the only area that you'll entertain positioning. But Impala is a decent spot for this circle. Of course, Puerto Paraíso and the area around there, the entire southern coastline and even eastern coastline. So there's a lot of playable spots on this circle as we go to our man of the match for our Rondo finish, which was Monty with 4 kills.
Oh yeah, it was. I believe they were very comfortable with this, right? Especially with the whole TPP, they got the wall to play towards the last part as well. We didn't really get that angle of a view. We had a little bit more of a cinematic view from the top part, right? So it was very interesting to see how, from Monty or at least the rest of the squad point of view, how they actually duke it out with ARMR as well from the lower from lower terrain, right? But regardless of that, it was a really cool round, really well done for Happy Squad from that last man. But Miramar, I love the fact that you also just pointed out that it definitely can be a little bit more slower pace, which I totally agree. Especially depends on how the circle can be, right? Especially since it's plenty of room. Still, it's a massive Dusty Dune. There's plenty of room for everyone to be playing dips, valleys, cliffs, even mountains, depending where the circle can be. Even really open terrain, especially towards that Impala side, right? I think in most Miramar matches I've casted at least or witnessed as well, right? It's such a common place to see for final circles, especially towards the western side of Impala. A little bit, not too much mountainous areas. You got a couple of more dips, and even though it's an open area, open territory, it's just a lot of hills and a lot of dips. Not really massive craters for a lot of the teams to really play around with here. So can be also another interesting final circle to be watching it, or I guess you could say it's a little bit of a classic. But as we see more teams slowly migrating down, right? Because we had a flight path that was coming in from the northwestern side that was starting all the way towards the western side of El Pozo, right? So the teams that dropped earlier probably going to be taking a much more longer rotation down into the circle compared to some of the team who's currently there, or at least dropped much later. Teams like NRSG. Was very comfortable at Valparaiso here, but then again, with how the nature of the circle's been shifting, right? I think eventually they have to prepare to get out of that compound and slowly get towards that central part, depending on how the circle shifts. Since it's still phase 1, there's still a lot of time, but at the same time, Miramar is that kind of map where if you could get an earlier vantage point for yourselves, you can actually do a lot of damage to a lot of teams here. Nope. I'll take you.
Not a lot of fast rotates, considering we're 5 minutes gone. I mean, in fairness, there's not really a lot that's like, oh, we got to get there first and get there quick. I think you'd rather just loot up, and certainly utility is a big part of Miramar. You need smokes, you definitely need those. Frag grenades are very important as well. So I think that looting and spending the loot time on Miramar, getting your vehicles, playing the edge is all part of this game, especially with a circle such as this, where for the most part there's going to be less compounds in it compared to other areas within the map of Miramar. It's not going to be a lot of safe positions, so you're definitely going to need your vehicles, get to bowls, get to some of the tree lines that are available in the area. So you kind of look at the map right now, which we'll see it soon, but it's only Xmen Esports that have somewhat gone a little early. Center point of the circle. Zen will just hold the eastern outskirts of Los Leones. Zanshin just nearby to Impala. Of course, NRG still around Puerto Paraíso, and same with Orcatera. That's it. So the rest of it is still pretty much outside the circle and all over the map, as Orclis have found themselves a glider, which they are quite a distance away. This is pretty far up north near La Cobria. So this glider's got quite a distance to actually have some use for this actual circle in terms of information and scouting, and Ia's going to have to fly this for quite some distance as he gets a little runway, and off he goes in the glider. Now, ARMR, I mean, Dusky's in the blue. That's how far back they are as well, over towards the very northwestern side of the corner. They've got a big rotate. Bottom of the map, though, Team Newbies and Alter Ego might actually end up kind of crossing paths here.
Right.
A very big distance away from the circle. As Alter Ego, it's like a little setup gatekeep, and it's going to net them the knockdown onto Translucent. Anarchy's going to be very fortunate to get away, which it seems like he will. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he will get away. Unforgiven will not, though. And Anarchy will not as well. Many shot in the back of the head from Samoy. And that's 3 down for Team Newbies. The gatekeep will work wonders for Alter Ego, and they needed it. It had been a struggle all night. This might just get them going.
Yeah. When I saw it as well before you mentioned it, I was like, oh, that is such a stinker of a par, right? Because it's a flat road, right? This is a straight flat road, open road as you slowly drive your way through, especially since Team Newbie came in a little bit later, so just completely unaware on whether there's going to be a team that's going to be camping them at the roadside, right? Which is pretty cool to see, like, one of the August members coming with the glider, right? Since they are also one of the few teams that's further up towards the north, not really in the safety of the circle, it's going to be coming pretty late. Glider really is going to be coming to really just clear out the road. To be able to really give the team, like, which is going to be a really safe route. Is that a team that's really gatekeeping them? I mean, sure, it's still a relatively large circle, right? Still a lot of territory, multiple areas for them to really move into the circle here. But other than that, it's just better to be safe than sorry, especially since we're on the second last map of the night here. But relatively great sprays, like small skirmishes. I mean, it's to be expected, right? Teams just constantly batting the time. It's a phase 1 blue. It doesn't really hurt that much as well here. So teams naturally who has a really nice position on the vantage position on these mountain areas. Just got to see if they're going to be able to have some luck in, like, at least peppering down some of the incoming teams here. You get a knock, that's great. You converted the kill naturally, that's of course better. But if you don't, at least you just put some, just be that nuisance to just harass team as they make their way into the circle. Don't make it easy for them as they slowly slide their way in. But now we're seeing a lot more team prioritizing that central part, right? I believe in their years of experience, they just somewhat understands how, like, especially since the majority is going to be water areas, right? So it's always better to try to be closer to that center part of that circle. Don't think we're going to be seeing, like, really massive shifts. At least 9 out of that 10 games, that circle doesn't crazily shift towards that water area, towards Paradiso here as well here. So I think the team's just making really safe calls, trying to position themselves center part. The rest of the team slowly making their way in. Alter Ego slowly making their way away from the blue. ATO decides to take a little bit more of a longer route. They didn't take the same route as Team Newbies. They went all the way downside to prison there. So definitely taking their time, just looting around, getting as much resources as they can because they're already late. So might as well just come in well prepared. And looks like the glider is also going to be spotted up by Akosi Ray. But it's fine. I don't think he's going to be knocked down. He looks pretty okay. He looks pretty fine, I think. I hope. I don't want to jinx anymore. I don't want to jinx anymore, man.
These are some difficult shots. I mean, Akasari is just trying to, get a little lucky. Look, like when he unscopes, got to remember that's an 8x. When he unscopes, you can really see how far away that really is, and it's a moving glider. Like that, if he hits a shot, he's just getting quite fortunate. He's trying his best, but it's just not something that he can actively make happen. It's not a skill issue by any means. Circle pop phase 2, by the way, just kind of centers up, gets rid of all the water, so it actually doesn't really change the field of play.
Oh yeah, didn't.
It just gets rid of all of the unplayable water. Sly Fox with the M416 sprayed out, missed on the first opportunity, landed on the second, but then had to reload after not quite hitting the shots on the first go round. So we get the circle vision here. Again, all the teams that kind of moved early aren't going to move at all for phase 2. You're just not going to see any kind of movement. The teams that were on the outer edge phase 1 will just kind of shuffle inward as Alec eventually goes down to the rotate. Oculus lose 1. They're down to 3 players. And one of those, of course, in the glider, which is just doing a decent job, to be honest. Ia has done this well just to make sure he's kind of lifting the belly of the glider and not kind of dipping down and giving a good angle towards the actual player character. He's kind of flown that quite nicely. Eastern side highway available for unlucky, so they'll slip into the compound. Not really expecting too many skirmishes. Maybe Happy Squad and Vega could renew pleasantries, and Vega down to 3 would lose this battle. But AJ at the window. It's actually against Shadow Esports. The Happy Squad are around the area. You can see Monty in the minimap, so he'll hear the commotion. But they've got a big split. They got like a 2-1-1 split at the moment. Happy Squad are just trying to control some space on the north side of Los Leones. As Cherry knocked down by Upchan. It's AJ that's going to be able to get away from that frag grenade. Hansi too, knocked down by Einbolt. Vega have done really well to win this battle. In fact, Jexy trying to get out of there too. He falls, and it's only Kamel's left at the window. Vega with a really good fight against Shadow Esport, considering it was Vega that had to push into this compound. I'm bot knocked down though. There is Monty. Happy Squad had the vision. Monty will capitalize. When it's your night, it's your night. Monty, the man of the match from the previous game, steals a big kill. Vega down to 2. Shadow Esports down to 1.
I mean, hey, even though you're down to 2, man, you still get 3 kills out of that. And then let's be honest, they were the team that was actually sieging in, right? And they were also getting third party from Happy Squad Monty as well here. So they're also getting like peppered down from Happy Squad Monty too here. So it's like the fact that you're able to just get so much out of this despite losing 2 of the member, I think still is pretty great. Shadow Esports, they are currently having a little bit of an issue currently at this point of time. 3 members lost. You're left with Kamal's a man alone. You're very limited on what you can really do here. And respectively towards in the blue here, it's going to be ATO and GSW here trying to battle for control. 1 member down, 2 members down. Kia is trying to make their way in. It looks like Shadow East of the remaining members is going to be spotted out, courtesy of a Molly coming in from M. So that just means it's going to be that current compound, that territory is going to be for Vega Esports for the taking and to secure, rightfully earned, but definitely not without a price here. ATO on the other hand just tried to glide their way through. Thank God it's just a phase 2 blue, so it doesn't really hurt that much here. So 2 members will be making it in, but sadly for the remaining 2, they're going to be knocked out here. ATO limping in. Since initially a lot of teams already somewhat positioned themselves center part of that phase 1, they didn't really have to move towards too much during phase 2, especially for the teams that came in last. Now we're moving to phase 3. It's a much more smaller circle, shifts down north. Now the team is going to be a little bit of a precarious situation, especially teams like NRSG and Ultiga and Monk. They will have to scale that hill from that southern side. They can they can come in from the western side and in the flat open roads here, but you're going to be running into a lot of teams, and that's something you really do want to experience here.
Yeah, my focus is, firstly right now on this push walk TERA into Zan Esports. And it's a double knockdown. Zamji out from the roof. And then Ken's at the window, gets rid of Bombay. Half is the only one up, as that's a horrible push from TERA. And the 2-man of Zen Esports are on the verge of getting the full squad wipe. Now, Hafiz does land the knockdown onto Ken's with his frag grenade. Nam Zhao, can he get this one to connect onto Hafiz? Yes, he can. Beautiful frag grenade from Nan Zhao to full squad wipe from the duo. Namjia will get the revive as well onto Kens. They defend the position as well, which is a really decent position on the south side of the circle. And huge for Zen Esports, who have struggled so far in the PUBG Master Series against the TERA team, who have been playing well tonight. They'll be disappointed coming into the top 4 in this game. And, well, by the end of this game, might not even be in the top 4 off the back of that squad wipe. Now, the big one that I was going to look at was Happy Squad. Based on this Phase 3 shift, they were running that 2-1-1 split around the northeast of Los Leones, well, outside of it, but they haven't moved. They've kept the 2 men of Algerbots and Tentrip at the big warehouse that's just on the outside of the road of Los Leones, and they've left Monty along with Nan just to the north of the main city, and they have not moved whatsoever, despite a Phase 3 circle shift that has Algenbots and Tentrip center of the circle. They've got a minute till Phase 4. They know that Phase 3 is not the hard set circle where you want the major shift. They want to get a little bit more information, and good discipline from a team that's playing some really solid PUBG tonight as we lose our observer, but luckily we got more.
Yeah, but also at the same time, I don't think they don't really have to worry about like having both Man and Monty move, right? It's a really great highland, high terrain vantage point, right? And since they actually came down, and since it's because it's on the high mountainous area, most of the team, or at least they got the majority of intel in that. A lot of the team is currently at that base part, that eastern side of Los Leones. So I think Nan can still take his time. Sure, eventually he will reposition himself, but most likely just regroup back with Monty. Vega is currently being kept in check by courtesy of Monty as well. And further down north, Akosi Ray, that's one of the members of Team Zanship, but that's the base of the hill. That's like way downhill here. So don't really worry about them really scaling up. It's just a matter of Monk. Monk is probably the only team that could probably try to flank out Monty and Nan right now. We see Nan relocating. We saw the next Phase 4. It's best time to move in before it's too late here. So moves in, reconvene back with Monty, or maybe just pick him up to reconvene with the rest of the team here. But now we see Team Newbies coming in with the EP with directly dropping dead set at the center here. Something which is quite common to see, but not this late into the round here. And I don't think there's a lot of highlands here for the like really super high mountain area for them to utilize. Decent high terrains for sure, but it's a risk they have to take here as they slowly fly down here. Thankfully, Team Unlucky is keeping Zanshin in check here, so I think they should be able to have a safe descent downhill.
Yeah, so Nan and Monty will go group up with Tentrip and Algenbots, which I kind of somewhat expected at Phase 3, but Phase 4 I think just locks it in when you get another center pop on that position, sync with a good spray down onto Luna, and they lost Goni as well. Another rough one for Unlucky.
Wow.
And bottom 2, it's really ever since night 2 of week 1, ever since then, it's been from bad to worse for the Japanese team. And I'm going to take a pretty good guess that they'll be dead last by the end of this game. Currently tied last with Alter Ego, but I think Alter Ego are starting to get the wheels turning here on Miramar after that good gatekeep earlier against Team Newbies, who, by the way, of course, got back up to 3 players. As a Monk, well, this is a big one. Asu, good kill onto Kia. Sharp with the M4. Knocked down into the flush immediately. Lolbot trying to just escape and don't want to overextend out into the middle of the road. It is Miramar. There are players everywhere and angles everywhere. Those are some really solid tags with the Mark 12. Yeah, Monk started really well. They picked up, I think it was 10 or 11 points in match number 1 alone. And since then, quiet over both Tago and Rondo. But if they can have a decent game here on Miramar, finish strong on Erenkel, they could still make a decent night of this. As Lolba is literally at the shack of Unforgiven. They've become neighbors inadvertently. Asu kept going to work and got the kill onto Gulps just as we left him. So another kill for Monk. And man with a knockdown onto Jing. GSW quiet tonight as well. Hasn't quite been their night. A lot of the fighting here for Phase 4. No surprise on the edge of the circle. Teams trying to come in late, especially towards the southwest with Alter Ego, GSW, both going toe-to-toe. Queen finished off. Lolbert knocked down. Unforgiven thinking he can get himself the freest kill ever. Unforgiven's got nothing, by the way, so he's just going to punch him to death. Of course, coming back in from the blue chip revive. While this smoke is still up, this is the best time to go for, of course, the punches. And he's just going to grab him, try and bring him back inside. Doesn't quite get it and gets knocked down. Well, Nan's going to get a 2-for-1 here. He gets the flush on the low bar and he gets the down onto Unforgiven. That is hilarious as to how that's transpired. Unfortunate for Unforgiven. He just wanted to get himself some loot and the gun, most importantly. PB with a double mortar strike has got XP knocked down by Upchen. And it's Miramar in a nutshell at the 20-minute mark. It's all happening.
But at the same time, although we see a fantastic defense hole coming in from Savage and Esports, we're seeing ARMR and Esports coming with the mortar, landing 2 or 3 players at the same time. Really very accurate with the mortar here, but now trying to flush them out here. Molly catching Fate on fire, forcing him back to try to go for the reset here. You also want to try to go for the revive of God. By the way, it's a fantastic spray coming from the Groza here. Headshot really coming in clutch. And Crazy Dog, of course, finding one of the angles here. Finds Chu, gets knocked down. Instantly spotted out. It's just spotted out by Lun Lun, who's playing the anchor role from the flanking position of the northern side. That's going to be easily the exchange on Crazy Dog. Turtle coming in, try to be the equalizer here. Spots him in the tree. Here comes the TPP. Nate comes in. Unfortunately, no play coming in as Lun Lun will seal his fate. Another great angle hole coming in from Upchen with the Groza. He alone has already knocked out 2 members of NRSG with the Groza alone. Try to find another for the third. For the wipe, unfortunately, will not. Try to go for the kill secure, but Izzy spots out another member of Lun Lun, and Lun Lun will be the one to seal NRSG fate. Well defense hole coming in from Savage Man Esports here, and I believe they only lost 1 member in the process. They should be able to get the revive on Upchen.
I mean, Happy Squad are sitting very happy. No pun intended. Yeah. 3 kills, 4 up, sitting inside of the warehouse. You just want to get late game here. It doesn't need to be a massive game. They don't have to go and get the win. They don't have to go and get 10 plus kills, but whatever they can get along the way, as Aljabot's confirmed that. Stills Saviour's knock on the Pivy. He'll happily collect that point. Nan gets the bleed out onto Unforgiven as well. Bowling with the MP5K gets the freebie onto Niku's. Monk go down to 3 players. Nice little power play from Bowling, the solo for ATO, which is really unfortunate for Monk. It was a 2-1-1 split, and Nikus gets caught off guard. I don't think he was anticipating what you call the right play. Bowling makes the right play as ATO pick up their first kill point of the game from the solo. 5 kills now for Happy Squad. They go to 50 points already. 11-point gap to Vega. And they're starting to run away with this lobby here on night 1. They're in that position now where they control their destiny as early on as the end of night 1. It's only 15 matches overall. Big double nade from Trick on the Nam Shao and Juan, but he then cops one back. And with no one to revive him, he's eliminated. But 8 kills for Alter Ego. Better from them, and more of what we expect as well as we get that circle right on top of Monk.
That is a crazy circle. It really is a crazy circle, right? Because now it's that kind of thing where a lot of teams really want to think, right? Do you want to play at that base of that high mountain? Because it's not a hill. That terrain where Monk is currently positioned on, it's not a hill. It's a mountain. Sure, there's a steep entrance to the north side, but I don't think anyone's going to be taking that kind of route at this current point of time. There's just too many teams too close by to get the spray down in as well here. Happy Squad slowly making their way forward. They someone understand, okay, this edge is not that secure. One by one, they sent out Monty to check things out, to be the anchor, to be the forward play, to scout things out a little bit to see what's the situation that's happening from other angles. Since their angle was somewhat limited to certain part in the warehouse itself. Savage Man also slowly making their way in a very massive gambit as they're just scourging for cover as they battle out through the edge here. Didn't lose a single member, thankfully as well, but instead found a trade. Upchen with the P90s has been absolutely crazy so far. Knocks down 2 members from an RSG, and now moving forward to Zenshin, literally showcasing his fire paralysis here. The firepower coming in. He did get down all the way down to the 7 HP. Needs to reload, but brings out the Panther Faust. But sadly, Sings Nate will be the one to knock down Upchen here. Not too far behind the Savior, trying to see if we can drop down the defensive smokes. Flash comes in to try to go for the revives here. Revive gets cancelled midway, comes in with a second grenade to try to force them back a little bit further. Drops the Panther Faust just in case if anyone tries to come in. He's moving forward to give the audio keys, but the blue zone is also coming in. It's a phase 6 blue as well, so he's going to hurt a lot. Sing pushing forward, or at least Sly Fox tries in to secure the vehicles because they need the cover. There's just too many open terrain. Easily gets spotted out. Savageman gets choked out of options here, not just from Zanshin, but even from Happy Squad, who also has the angle and the safety of the circle. Algin Boss comes in forward with the aggression. The blood is in the water, and the shark comes in. He's drawn in from the commotion and try to see if he can try to go for the third party. Monk, naturally, who has the vantage point, is naturally just peppering down any teams that come within their crosshair lines of sight here. But finally, we're down to the final four here. Teams that's pretty much just Happy Squad. They're the only one that's pretty healthy with a full four-man squad.
Yeah, playing this really well. It's been a really good game from them. And sometimes you just have that sort of night where, you know, the communication's good, coordination, you're playing the circles well. 10 trip, don't want to overinvest on that P. Took a bit more damage than he anticipated. And Algenbach does get knocked down as well by Unk, still playing that high crowd position. And Monk are really going to throw a bit of a spanner here for Happy Squad because they want to push and take the fight to Zanshin. They want to back themselves in, but if they over-aggress and try and take this fight, then they put themselves into a position where they are susceptible to the high ground of Monk and even to some degree Vega as well, who are putting some pressure onto Zanshin. So, I mean, this is probably the right play from Nan. Just fall back, heal up, try and see if you can get an angle on Monk, and maybe even might be forced to kind of play underneath the cliff of Monk and hope then the Phase 8, Phase 9 circle positioning will force them down the cliff into you. And that might be one of their better win conditions as the Molotov does not connect onto RZ, just falling short from 10 trip. You can see a 15-point gap to Vega right now already for Happy Squad, and certainly the gap then to third is starting to really build. It's been a solid night for Happy Squad. The amount of points that they've already got tonight. You look at week 1 overall points for Happy Squad, 71. Week 2 was 85. And already with still a game to go and points still to be gained to this one, 58. This has been their best night so far for the entire Phase 1 of PUBG Master Series.
Yeah, it really eclipsed like the total amount of scores accumulated within the 2 weeks, right? Like both 71 and 85 respectively, right? So like you mentioned, a really great start for them. But oh no, that final bullet headshot as well.
One.
This instantly knocks them down here. So, but then again, at the same time, that somewhat equalizes the scoreline. Monk, who's very comfortable at the top of this mountain here, doesn't really have to do much. They just really need to pick up the players here. And the best part about, and the flip side of the situation here, Xenox, is the fact that both Vega and Happy Squad just naturally have to fight because they're at the base, they're at the bottom part of this mountain. They want to secure those edge here. Unless the blue starts forcing Monk out of this position, I don't think they have any real need to move anytime soon. Unless they still play this long game, this long quiet game where they don't really look for fight, then Monk might need to start making the decision where they want to slowly descend down this mountain. Because if not, we might have a repeat of a situation where, like in last Miramar match, like in the last Miramar game in last week, day 2, where the team that had the vantage position had no choice but to just jump down because there's just no way for them to go down in the first place here. So looks like Monk is going to make the safe call and slowly descend down from the south side. Of course, naturally, baby step, and making sure no team's going to be flanking them as they slowly make their way down. Since they did spot none coming from the southern side initially, they're not sure whether there's going to be any more team, but they're slowly making their way down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna.
We'll see how the circle first.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I think they were just kind of seeing how the circle's going to go. I wouldn't be opposed to just leaving one up. Like if I'm Monk, you got 3 players versus 2 duo squads. So, and honestly, you've still got space here, even in the Phase 8 circle. If they have a decent pathway to get down by the end of Phase 8 if needed, I mean, you're really sitting here and just playing the high ground. Like, there's not much that Vega and Happy Squad can do. You know, I was going to say towards the back end of Phase 7, they literally had to just sit and hide and wait for the Phase 8 circle pop. Okay, well, it's arrived. You can see that for both of these 2 duos, if you push in towards the center, you're just dead, right? So Monk controlled this game. They control this circle as long as they have the high ground. If they push down, they give that up. They give up what's giving them the control that allows Happy Squad and Vega to push to the edge of the cliff, play the tree lines, opens up the map a little bit more. So, I mean, at the very least, if Monk want to bring 2 down, I can play around that idea. Leave 1 up, who just essentially will play to death. But I think they can still win this game from all three being up here. Baker have to push out. That's why you see the smokes.
Oh. Biden then time. They did set up the smoke trail towards Monk's side. Happy Scott also, I think there's also going to be another factor as they're also slowly peppering.
They want to
down
push the cliff.
Yeah. So this is going to be a little bit of a slow. It's going to be a little bit of a slow push here, but Asu. We did see a tag coming and gets spotted out from the vantage point. Couldn't see a Barape. Knocks down Empt. There goes one of the members of Vega. One member remain. If AJ gets removed from the picture as well, this is gonna be a very comfortable game for Monk here. But looks like AJ might just decide to surrender to the blue, not gonna give the kill points away. I think that's gonna be the call here. Then there goes the kill point. Now Monk can just completely commit attention.
I did the same here as well. If I'm Happy Squad, I just died to the blue here. I mean, actually, well, they got the tag onto Asu as he jumped down, but he was able to survive. So now it becomes very difficult. They've got a couple of smokes that they're just going to throw out. And to be honest, it is night 1. So if this were night 3, or even maybe the tail end of night 2, you maybe would just consider, giving this one away. But they've got nothing to lose. It's 2 points over to Monk. They still have a 30-point kind of gap anyway. It would be quite intriguing if we get to the end of night 3 and these two teams are fighting for first spot, and you think, well, those 2 points might make a difference. Imagine if they had have just, died to the blue. I just don't see anyone which Happy Squad win this. It's one of those kind of games where you don't want to give up. It's only night 1. It doesn't make a lot of sense to just die to blue, but you have basically a 0.1% chance of winning this. Your one hope was getting the knockdown onto Asu, and then it's a 2v2. Get to the rock. But a lot of that is just low percentile. That is a wonderful frag grenade. That should connect, and it does. And it's Monk that will get the chicken dinner. And it's kind of funny as Niku's kind of puts his hands through his hair. He was the one who got blindsided by the rat play of Lolba. I think it was Lolba or Bo Lang. No, it was Bo Lang for ATO. And he didn't even really get to play a part at the end of that game. And so he got to just sit back and watch. They got the hill, they got the cliff, and they got to dominate the lobby from that. Monk with the chicken dinner. And boy, did they need that, because they started well game 1. And then games 2 and 3, they got basically nothing from. And so for Monk, that's their second chicken dinner. I think, did they get one in week 1? They did not. So yeah, their second chicken dinner so far for PUBG Master Series.
Yeah, with that being said, I'm still also really happy with Asu's play, right? Like, sure, it's a little bit of a risk, but I did like him actually coming on with the 4 position, right? Because at least you just give that pressure. May not be necessary, but it's that kind of thing where they just really want to be sure that they're gonna take that round for themselves here, right? But other than that, overall, this spray, this defense coming from Zen Esports, I'm not sure what really happened. I'm not sure, was it they got too comfortable, or they just didn't know anyone was there. There was just no one there, or they did suspect no one was there in the first place. But regardless, it was a really well defense coming from Zen Esports, coming from Nam Xiao and Shren. That double crossfire, one player with a vantage point, a other in the building. We also had some really nice close plays. This one, Unforgiven, unfortunately, a little too close, could have gotten into the shack in time, but that's a little bit of a sad situation. But here, by the way, I did say Grosshead was actually a P90, forgive me for that one, but it was a really nice fight that we saw between NRSG and SavageMan Esports. Naturally, it really came down to the wire, especially since we saw Up Channel just like knocking down members of NRSG so easily with the P90 here. It really came close to this one last 1v1. But of course, that again is Lun, so he's gonna win most of the fight. By the way, yes, this is Polang. That's gonna be jumping. Nico's gonna be doing him a little dirty there for sure. But love this exchange of nades. One nade to knock, the other nade to finish. Then of course, SavageMan, I think this is the part where they really got chalked out of option. They got stuck with the blue. One member got knocked down as well here. So they decided at least just went down swinging, or at least just died to the zone. So no kill point just goes to anyone here. But other than that, Monk had a really nice game, just slowly descending the hill. Okay, not really descending all the way down, but they had just that mountain areas just from the Lost Leones as they slowly make their way down to the final circle, or at least the final side of Impala.
Yeah, for Monk, it was a solid win. I mean, they benefit greatly from their earlier positioning on top of that cliff, and towards the end of the game, the circle giving them a lot more time to really nail home the advantage, which they did. I mean, that's all you can ask of them, really. So it puts them back into a pretty decent spot through the first 4 games this week after a good game 1 and a good game 4. Yeah, games 2 and 3 maybe weren't their greatest, but they're in the top 5. And after 4 games, that's a pretty good position to be in. And for Happy Squad, another really good performance. I mean, this is the thing. Monk get the win. They got the most amount of points, but Happy Squad just keep stringing together good games. So it's pretty much 4 good games straight now for Happy Squad, and they're in the top spot after the 4 games. Now heading into Erangel, they have the ability to close the night out on the best node. And you know, we were saying it before, Lee, as well, the points that they've already acquired so far just through 4 games is almost as good as the 15 games from week 1, and not far off of the 15 games from week 2. They've been that good. And you know, as we kind of go into Erangel, if they do finish strong, that'd be my tip then going to probably take the lobby for the week, because I think that's a really high quality outfit, and they're finally stringing together the performances. Of course, still got to go in then night 2, night 3 and get the job done, but we'll see if they can take that form as we can have a look at the match leaderboard. 23 points for Monk, a really solid effort. 15 for Happy Squad, 10 for Zanshin. They had a little bounce back game as well. Vega with 9, so they keep kind of trickling away. Better from Alter Ego as well, lead 9 points after just the 3 from the opening 3 games.
Yeah. It's really cool as well, right? Because usually the point of discussion was usually revolving around like Vega, Alter Ego, Shadow Esports, Orgless, right? And then now usually we usually end the week 1 or week 2, right? We usually see that total leaderboard where we commonly see like both Monk and Happy Squad, either the bottom 10, like the bottom 12, or like mid part of the leaderboard. But that's towards
look at that top 3.
The bottom side. Yeah, now exactly. This is what I'm saying. This week is pretty
3 of
great.
the 4 teams I said. You know, so I said you had the original 4 teams: your Alter Egos, your Shadows, your Orgless, and your Vegas. And I said there was a pack of 4 after that I felt strongly about: Happy Squad, Xmen, Monk, and Zanshin. Well, 4 of those are in the top 6, and 3 of those are in the top 4. So, you know, you see 2 weeks of PUBG, you get a pretty good sense of the teams that are performing well or have the ability to perform well. And I think now we've still got 1 more game to go tonight, but clearly it's evident that there's I'd say 8 teams, which is half the lobby. That's already pretty good strike rate, that have real aspirations, I think, of being able to win the overall event. Yeah. The downside is there's, of course, a group of those lead that didn't perform maybe as well week 1, week 2 in terms of the points acquired, but there's still 2 weeks to go. Yeah. So if they can, you know, I'm talking about your Happy Squads, your Xmen's, and your Monks finish really strongly this week, and the original 4 that did well the first 2 weeks have a down week, well, it makes for a spicy finish for week 4. We're not done though for tonight. We're going to take a short break, and then we've got a spicy finish on Erangel to close out week 3, day 1.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Welcome back, as we've got one more game to go for week 3, day 1. Erangel coming up very shortly. It's been Happy Squads nightly. We'll see if they can maintain the form heading into the last game of the night and set themselves up heading into tomorrow.
Definitely, for sure. You know, I mean, it's not just okay. Naturally, the more obvious one is naturally Happy Squad. They are definitely having the best of night. 4 matches back to back, high placement, while also pairing with high kill counts. You couldn't ask for more better stuff for day 1. But it's not just Happy Squad that's also enjoying the thrill today. It's also alongside we see Savage Man also coming into the limelight as well. Monk literally flew up by 7 ranks just from last game alone. 7 ranks, they flew all the way up the ladder here. But you know, but then again, this is just day 1 here, so the point differential is still relatively close in between the ladder, in the middle part of the ladder here. So that's just how easy for a team if they just would have one great game. That ranking just heavily shifts entirely. But of course, naturally, Happy Squad leading the lobby, definitely setting the tempo for the lobby for day number 1. You couldn't ask for more better start here. Zenshin also slowly climbing up. I believe they climb up by 3 ranks from that last game alone. I did a little math here. Alter Ego also, they climb up by 2 ranks. That was the game that we were waiting for the longest of time. But you know, this is the final map, Erangel. Naturally, probably the best map to end the night as well, to really rack up the last remaining points to just really end the night with a banger here. So you got this really nice flight path, really evenly dividing the map here. So teams should be able to go exactly where they need to go. And even if the circle were to be awkwardly shifting to whichever side, I think it should still be quite okay for at least half of the lobby here.
Yeah, I mean, it usually is the case, isn't it? So, we speak about it every time, but this is a quintessential perfect way to close the night on Erangel with a good flight path such as this. And as we kind of look at Monk, of course, winning out that last game, only the second chicken dinner across the, well, now I guess 34 matches played. I mean, I'm not overly surprised. You haven't really seen them probably play at their very best throughout the first 2 weeks, but if they're going to keep playing to this level, you know, to kind of close the last 2 weeks, I think they're every chance of kind of becoming a real threat in this lobby once again.
It is. It's how close the scoreline is as well, right? It seems pretty doable, but at the same time, it's always the big question, right? It's always the tall task of whether you can really replicate this success for the remaining games, because there's still so many games to go, right? Okay, if we don't count today, there's still almost like 30. Okay, no, if we minus that off, it's about 25 games to 25 matches of consistency that you have to maintain, because Happy Squad, they didn't really, especially if you're talking about like in terms of total accumulated PMS points, right? They're not really that far up. They're in place with 50 points here. So that 2 weeks, you earn probably like this week and next week, you're able to secure the rank 1, you get an additional 200 points. So it's 250 on top of whether Shadow Esports and August and Vega is also performing during that week. For now, at least day 1, Alter Ego is not having a great start. So that's probably potentially one contender out of the picture for this week. Shadow Esports is also a little bit slow here. It's only Vega that's someone you need to keep an eye on alongside with ZSHN. These two teams, the one that's still maintaining that some form of consistency, or at least earn some of those at least past 4 matches now here. So let's see whether this final map of the night, and they can just really close out with a banger here.
Yeah, banger close is probably needed for the likes of Savageman Esports and Monk and those teams that are sort of behind Happy Squad. They probably need Happy Squad to have a little bit of a quiet finish to the night as well, but I just don't see that. They've been at their very best, 60 points so far tonight. Is there a world in which they can pick up another 10 plus and really put together an incredibly strong night? You kind of looked at the teams that over the first 2 weeks that were performing well. Little Orcless, 20 points. Shadow, 17. Alter Ego, 12. All kind of in the bottom half of the table. It's only Vega that's kind of, kept up with this week's lobby, and that's huge for them considering the PMS points that they already have acquired, 130 points. If they can put together another let's say top 3 finish for this week, that would give them the 60. That'd put them on 190 points and would put them in a very solid position then going into week 4. So consistency is really all that's kind of needed right now for Vega, I think, here in week 3 to put them in the best position for week 4. So far, so good on the 44 points.
Yep. But overall, we're seeing teams slowly make their way in. I mean, it's as usual. Is that we did get this phase 1 circle that's going to be towards that northern side, right? It's not too far off from the flight path, but we did see a lot of teams did a little bit of a long dive towards the side areas of Primos or Sonovka Island, or at least around their respective areas right here. So a little bit of a longer rotation. Speaking of longer rotation migration, we do see very similar ideas of plan coming in from both TERA and Team ZSHN towards that eastern side, and ARMR Esports also not too far behind. They're also slowly making their way in. I think eventually when they reach that first compound towards that edge, they're also going to realize that part might already been looted. A team might have already been passed by here. So not sure whether the next plan of engagement will be to continue to move further down towards the north side, or just find the closest compound, or maybe around Yosnaya, and just sit there and just wait it out to see where's going to be the next upcoming circle. You're not exactly at the center part of the circle, but it's that kind of thing where you just want to see how the map is going to continue to unfold, because currently a lot of the team is just not really all of the team is currently in that circle. Half of it is still on the outside here, biding their time. But in Rangus, that kind of map where you can just summer play around the edge. It's usually been the most common play that we've been witnessing. But of course, there's the intervention that we were discussing earlier between both Orca, TERA, and ZSHN. One of them going to be crashing in, but they're not going to be following up it for the race for the rest. Instantly gets knocked down. They know they're a little bit long too late. Decides to book it. Just continue on with a 3-man squad. Hopefully, try to keep them at this more higher vantage position and try to return the favor later on.
Yeah, unfortunate for Orca. Started the night really, really well, and I think the last 2 or 3 games they just haven't been able to continue that form, which is quite understandable. I think they're just not quite ready as a team to be competing at the higher echelon, and losing Kunyet so early is just going to completely hinder them now for the remainder of this game. North side of the circle as well, so not a bad spot based on this phase 1 circle pop out of the red zone, and away they go towards Severny, where they're not really going to be met with a lot of contests unless they push into the quads down south of Severny, which you've already got Vega and Auglis in that position. As we look at Vega Esports sitting and comfortably waiting. Of course, the stats are all-encompassing across the 3 weeks that have played out for the PUBG Master Series. It's been a pretty even split between Ironbot, Tede, and Empty. AJ a little bit behind on the kills and the damage, but everyone else pretty evenly spread as they just sit at the crossroads. Auglis, very quiet night tonight for them as well, just close by. I mean, you take into account Auglis's position here. This could be at least maybe a good finish to the night, depending on the circle. Haven't seen a lot of GSW too, as they kind of just ring by near shooting range and Severny at just the 10 points. And I will say, Lee, you look at the bottom two with GSW and Unlucky, you go back to night 1 and night 2 of week 1, and those two teams looked like powerhouses. They were performing very well. And since then, probably since the first 2 nights of the overall tournament, they just haven't been able to find any form again.
Yeah, they really did show really great promise, especially with a team with their kind of roster, right? The new team, new roster, they definitely bring a new kind of spice into the tournament as well. Definitely loving to see new fresh blood into the Master Series, right here. So, but maybe they're currently in a little bit of a slump, right? Hopefully they get out of it anytime soon, right? Because it's just day 1, right? There's still an opportunity. Whoa! Final shot comes in on Bombay. Right out in the open, that's going to be a nice kill, but Izzy get traded back. Oh no, okay, so they managed to get a kill, but Izzy get traded back. We're seeing very small skirmishes, but it's just mostly from teams doing mid-rotations here. Happy Squad's going to be a fun ally, one of the strong anchors from Auglis here. And they're not nearby to pick up the tag, so they're going to be moving forward without ally into the round here. 3 members short. We wanted to see a little bit more life here, so 1 member shot might stamp it out a little, but I don't think it's going to be out for them just yet. Happy Squad, of course, it's a nice free picking, additional point, just might as well add more to them. No one says there's nothing wrong with having more points in here, so just take it. It's going to be a nice thing for them.
Happy Squad just near shooting range as well, have got themselves into a really good position, kill on the board. I mean, this is another good start, and this is when you have a team that's performing well throughout a given night. They're just positioning better. They're getting to the right spots. They've got good tempo. They're winning fights. They're taking space. That you know, we saw Happy Squad have employed the 2-1-1 splits to go on with the 2-2 splits. They don't overreact to the circles either. They move, composed and disciplined, as shown in the glider. Crossing by Severny, which is where CJ is currently located. And the circle is 25 seconds away from going in phase 2, and you've still got NRG over towards Novo on the Mill Island, and Zen Esports just crossed the Mill to Bridge. So those two teams are, well, just a little while away from the first circle. A heavy, well, I wouldn't say heavy presence. I mean, Monk, Alter Ego, Savageman Esports. I mean, 3 high-quality teams south of the Roshok River, so there's not a lot of space for them. They need a south shift, and they get it. Wow, they get very fortunate. It was not looking too well. It was very ominous, because if that had gone center up or more towards the northerly, those 3 teams that you could clearly see from that phase 1 circle, there wasn't a lot of space above that Roshok River. And this now throws a huge curveball, because you got the teams that pushed all the way up Severny, shooting range, the more north side of that circle, and with a big shift back towards the south, and with the way that water's now technically on the north side of the circle, it's only going to continue going further south. It's great for Zen Esports and NRG here on the ferry get a reprieve as well, since the circle technically shifts back towards them. Yeah, it completely changes the landscape of this game. We went from a potential, Severny, Crossroads, kind of open area finish to an old standard classic PUBG, Roshok and school and apartments.
It feels like we're slowly going back to like just classic pub games back when PUBG first came out, right? Everyone just hard dropping in school here. So it'll be a pretty interesting finish final circle there for sure. But but then again, we have also seen that from time to time at least that circle is also somewhat shifting towards the north side of the river. It also puts the teams into a little bit of a question, right? Because there's right now it's phase 2. There's still decent amount of territories, decent amount of terrain for teams to play with at this current point of time. But once we get to that phase 3, or maybe even phase 4, right? That's when the teams really need to start really deciding like which part of the river do we want to base on. If that circle doesn't really like give a really clear idea where it's shifting. It just keeps going to that center part. It didn't really give like a really clear indicator where it's gonna be a hard north or hard south. It's just that really nice dead center. Teams really need to really make a gambit or a call like, okay, do we want to be across that river, that north part of that river, or that south side? Rozok, of course, naturally the team newbies definitely loving the comfort of the compound within the city of Rozok. I don't think they're going to be moving anytime soon. It's a really nice place near towards school. I don't think anyone's really like occupying school. We do see Xmen Esports, one of them slowly making their way towards the apartments. This great attempt with the spray coming in from Xmen, playing at least this current Zen Esports playing on the outskirts here, right out in the open. Depending on trees for cover, ARMR Esports managed to find a small compound for themselves to just really sit things out to see what's going to be the current turn of events here, because that circle doesn't really determine how it's going to be shifting. If that phase 3, maybe if it goes further down south, then maybe, yeah, sure, we might see the team slowly moving to the south side. I think a lot of teams will definitely be praying or banking to the fact that it hits down south, because a lot of our current team is currently positioning near towards that south side of that riverbank.
Schwan just trying to see if they can get some information. Zen have gone with the 2-1-1 split. Oraculus in a good spot to kind of watch the back for these guys and allow them to be a little bit more aggressive with their scouting. Yeah, Happy Squad again, though. The way they've rotated this is just insane. Like, they went from a kind of shooting range position and they got the rotate perfectly to take out the whole school. They got school, but a 2-2 split. So 2-2 splitting school heading into phase 3. I mean, that is quite a ballsy move, and it's given them a big chunk of control towards the southwest of this phase 2 circle, which it's popping now into phase 3. And it's gone up north. What? Okay, I don't know what. What?
Yeah, I know. I gotta stop talking, Zenas. I gotta stop talking, man. I'm putting these guys. I'm throwing these guys for a mix here. I mean, it's good for the viewers, but it's not good for the players. But of course,
well, I mean, imagine if you're Happy Squad and you think, geez, we've just pulled off a massive rotate to get good south position after we overinvested in the north side, and then it's just gone back north anyway. I mean, if you're Shadow Esports, you're thinking, lovely, this is perfect, even for Vega. Like, this is, they were getting ready to probably go for a big blue wrap. Now it's just like, oh, we're at the crossroads south of Saverney. Well, we can just, I don't know, the north side of the circle is actually pretty open, right? So it's not Happy Days. This is a very open circle. And for Shadow Esports, they've got the absolute best real estate position as it stands right now. Mm-hmm. And outside of that, there really isn't much else that you can say, well, this is pretty good as well. Maybe north of the pond, that compound that, while it's not in, still is slightly elevated, and Auglis are around that vicinity. And same with TERA. That's about it. Otherwise, you've got the 3 bridges that you can cross. That's going to cause a lot of havoc. The south side is obviously very congested. Yeah, this is going to be a fun way to close night 1.
You know, I'm happy how it turned out. I'm really happy how it turned out. It just makes this a lot more interesting. And the interesting part of it is, oh, that's a great spray. You know, they just revived Alex and now he gets knocked down again. So there goes Alex once more. Auglis again down to just, actually no, not even 3 members, now down to the final 2 here. Really needed Alex, but he just got revived at the same time. Xmen Esports is also slowly making their long rotation in. Everyone's just forcing themselves into the side because they can't go in too late. The circles are going to start to really hurt. And if team starts really solidifying their positioning or at least their foothold, it makes it impossible to go over here. So fortunately, lose Savior.
I don't know why more didn't go for the blue wrap. It's only phase 3. It's like people got a little bit too short-sighted. And a great example is Happy Squad, right? So they were shooting range. They wrap on the western side down to get to school. You know what they've just gone and done? They've just gone straight back. They know
the same way, right?
where they were was safe, and where they were was not a backfillable position. It didn't look like a great spot. It wasn't going to be in, etc., etc. So they've gone straight back to where they were, and guess what? There's no one there.
Yep.
So Happy Squad have just gone for 2 massive rotates this game. Keep that in mind at the 16-minute mark. If they win this game, it's been full of rotations for them and big decision making because they've just been so switched on tonight that they understood full well they could have easily just retaken their position. They just went from school, and look where they are now on the west side of this circle. They know phase 4 has to cut the water out. It's going to go straight on top of Shadow and Happy.
Yeah. It was a good call to go in as early as possible.
Okay, maybe
right?
just Shadow, apparently.
Yeah. Oh no!
It's still a good spot. It's still a good spot. I mean, they'll probably have to fight Shadow as that nade. Does it get over the tip? Oh, it does. It actually hits Translucid in the head. That's a wonderful nade from Nan. The second one does a bit of damage. Third one, does it make it over? It looks like it will, but it's gone a little too far.
Yeah, went right over. It's a little steep, that hill, but you know, it's fine. You know, they got the damage in. Naturally, not coming in from the flush. He heard the audio cue as well here, so no revive's gonna be coming in. Nan's gonna be trying to go to secure this kill. ATO not too far behind. They want to play around the edge here, so just coincidentally they're gonna be driving past by here. They're gonna hear the commotion, but they're not gonna be able to see the fight. Monty plays a little bit safe, goes back to the safety of the smokes here to reclaim back the vehicle because they still did the car here, still flat out in the open here, but a fantastic snipe coming in with the AWM here. That's one. That's the secure. And ATO is going to be crashing on top of the slide alongside with Shadow Esports here and instantly mowed down and move away.
Lolber actually got 2 knocks and he got the flush on the Jaxi before he got eliminated and ATO are out, but he did cause a bit of damage on the way out from ATO. What a shot from Elgin Bots. 3 kills for Happy Squad. And they've still got a decent position. I mean, this is an awkward circle because there's just not a lot of cover. You're basically trying to play the correct terrain positions where you're not overexposed or you're out in the open. You need your vehicles and you need your smokes for a game finish such as this one. We saw Monk lose a player. They're now down to 2, so not a great finish for them tonight. This ARMR have just lost Cherry. And RZRZ finished off by Dip. Happy Squad just looking to now defend against GSW because Ultrabots has pushed up. They know they can push into a safe location. They just want to gatekeep as well before they do over push into the circle. Shadow Esports, they lost Jexy. That was courtesy of Lolber and ATO before they got eliminated, so they're down to 3. Commands with an 8 on to Cherry as ARMR just in the middle of both Shadow and Vega. They are sitting ducks out in the open. Dead to rights. Can't imagine they'll last too much longer as Samoy with a knockdown on to Kens. It's now the Yasnaya Bridge, which has got a lot of the commotion that's going on. Niku's knocked down inside of the smoke by God XP as Unk is the only one standing for Monk. 3 down on the floor for NRG. God XP's in the blue as the solo for NRG. Unk needs to try and hold on, but that blue is enveloping his position as Nikus gets flushed out by God XP. It's Unk and God XP trying to see who can win this next fight as Unk is just going to maybe try and go for the flushes here and try and pick up as many points as possible for Monk as game start win are eliminated. Circle pop further away from Happy Squad, so they're going to have to work for it this game. Despite decent rotating, Alter Ego pick up a couple more kills. They go to 6 kills throughout the carnage of this last game. As God XP obviously rank tanking this blue, trying to survive. And Unk is probably not going to survive. These two will likely both be eliminated. We should be down to 11 active teams very shortly.
Yeah, but that's the situation on the eastern side, right? Like now we're saying for great pick out. At least you get the kill before you go out. So both the 2 teams, as you said.
Xmen are out too.
On the other side, wow. Okay, so they didn't really survive the rotation down north. So that's unfortunate. So that just means now we're down to the 10 teams instead of the 11. So 10 teams still remaining. But if you notice as well, the Xenox, right? Oh, I believe you'd definitely notice it too. A lot of teams just limped into this circle. I mean, with how the circle shifted, right? Everyone was just based towards that. I think, as usual, right? Everyone was just banking on the fact that, that circle's not going to go to that north part of that riverbank. We're pretty safe to that south side. So, yeah, now just everyone just really hurt as they went into this. It's only Happy Squad, right? Because they just backtracked, right? They came from the north. They knew the route that was safe for them, and they just took the same route back, and it was during phase 3. So the Blue Zone didn't. It hurt, but it didn't hurt as much compared to phase 4 here. So they were able to find a way by setting the circle shift once again, favoring Unlucky and Shadow Esports. They're the only two compound that's remaining in this open area. It's a little bit of a bowl of a terrain here, There's still a couple of trees for team to utilize here, but not enough to cover vehicles here. So most likely those vehicles, they're going to lose the tires, they're going to lose their mobilities here. So wherever the team choose to stop, that's probably going to be like their final real estate for themselves here, unless they have enough smokes to set up smoke trails. But there's just been so many skirmishes, so many fights. Happy Squad also going on on a mad tear, going toe to toe with the team that won in week 2 here, and that's Alter Ego, shutting them down. Two members short. Actually, it's just more like one member gone, one member knocked down. Not sure if they're going to be able to get it for the revive. Monty not going to leave them any breathing room at all. Pushes forward here, trying to clear things out. Full sends it. Hopefully no one really spots them out. Arjun Boss joins in with Suit. Doesn't leave him to take this fight head on alone here, trying to solidify that body system. Whereas the fight towards the north is a little bit more quieter as teams are just trying to solidify their spot for safety.
It's only 2 teams now with 4 players up. Unlucky, no surprise, at their position in the compound, and then Happy Squad just continued to navigate their way through these circles wonderfully all night and deserve to have such an outstanding lead. Vega, as well, to their credit, have kind of been scrapping in this game, but it's also been a strength of theirs, I think, throughout the first 3 weeks of this tournament. Like, they can put together really strong performances, but their bad games are limited to still some teams, average to good games, and that's why they've been so consistent throughout the 3 weeks. That's a big gap starting to form. Happy Squad, the only thing really limiting their potential to go and have an absolute monster finish in this last game probably is this circle just keeps literally shifting away from them. This is I'm almost convinced they've had 5 circles straight just completely shift away from where they are located. It's actually, and yet despite that, they've got 4 players up, the only team with 4 players up and 8 kills. They've been playing so well tonight, and they cap it off with maybe the best game. I think that if you would ask them, this might be their best played game all night. They've had some good games because they've had to really navigate the circle, win some team fights, big decision making. Sometimes you could say your best games are the ones where you drop 15 plus, etc. But other times, it comes down to factors that aren't just all about stats. And for Zanshin, I don't think they're going to be in this one for too much longer. They want to try and get rid of the remaining player inside of the Wizzy Tower. And Sly Fox, though, that was not really the cleanest ever entry points. Akusari does hit a headshot, and it should be the down onto Hafiz, and that means there's only going to be the one up for TERA. They picked up 5 kills this game as well. Team Newbies down to the final 2. Happy Squad going to take the battle against Shadow Esports. They've just forced it in. Nando with the run over onto Tendrip as Kamals with a knockdown onto Nan. Finally, it's going wrong for Happy Squad. They've been utterly flawless all night tonight, but 3 down, push unsuccessful into Shadow Esports. They didn't really have a lot of other options. As you can see on the position that they were at with the blue at their back too, just sent it in towards the petrol station. As Happy Squad from here, you would imagine, will be capped out unless they can sneak into the top 8, because Team Newbies have just been eliminated. So for Elgin Bots, it's just all about survival now. They've got 9 kills. It's been another really good performance. They're going to have a solid gap heading into the second night tomorrow night. But it does seem like it's going to end at around this 70-point margin.
But 70-point margin, you're already eclipsing with like their points, almost eclipsing with their points from week 1 here. So like in just one night alone here, comparing with that first week here. So it's already well done, right? But at the same time, this round really made Happy Squad. I mean, sure. Now the reality is the fact that it's just down to the Algin Bots, right? But if they manage to get to that top 4, right, or manage even to win out that round, which unfortunately, actually they're still sticking it in here as well. So it's going to be removed away. Shadow Esports still stays alive with 1 member remaining. Unfortunately, there goes Happy Squad. But if they still manage to get their way through Xenox, let me tell you something. It is going to be the most insane night that Happy Squad ever experienced. Because the game really made them work for that win. But then again, it was still a very good game. Well done coming Happy Squad. Hope you earned that really good rest. Can't wait to see you guys in night 2. But anyway, game moves on. Moving forward here, there goes Happy Squad. Shadow Esports down to the last member. Of course, they're the one that also decided the fate for Happy Squad as well. Eliminating them away, earning them that 6 point for themselves as they slowly claw their way back into the round here. But now we just lose. There's barely any team that's currently healthy at this point here. Most likely the best one is Armored Esports, who still have 3 members strong, but they're not exactly safe. In a really safe position. Just look at this open terrain. It's a flat field. There's just a couple of trees for the teams here. The teams that doesn't have vehicles at this current point of time, it's gonna suffer if they don't have any smokes to set up smoke trail to traverse the land here from one tree to another. That circle eventually is gonna be forcing a lot of things out in the open here. One of the last remaining members of Unlucky is gonna be spotted out courtesy of Hansi. So that's gonna be another point for Shadow Esports, but also instantly gets traded back by Trick. So there goes our 7 teams. So now we're down to the final 6 here. Not the healthiest of team. Not barely any resources left on each of these guys here. ARMR Esports, at least from what we've been seeing between Dusky and PUBG or Cherry, they just have no more smoke. This is their safety net right now, and it's at the edge of this circle here. If that circle shifts any more further, there's just no other points of cover. Orca, Bombay still has a vehicle, no smokes here. Just had to find a rock here. Managed to find it. Izzy gets knocked down here by Akusi Ray here, but then behind them is Savage Man Esports, now burning to a crisp here. Dip trying to do all he can to survive, and instantly gets removed from play. Now we're down to the final 5. And it's just 2 teams. August is being 1 player. Zanch is just 1. Everyone was just able to find like a little ditch or a little hole that they managed to dig for themselves here. Pretty much could be their final resting place as well. Who knows? But we just had to see, as we were just a couple of seconds away before that phase 8.
Yeah, not too long to go. Final game of the night. As Vega has just somehow continued to scrap points where there hasn't really been a lot on offer.
Very resilient, very resilient.
It's been a very solid 50-point night tonight for a team that I don't think really put on their best performance. It's, again, the sign of a good side. August and Alter Ego scrapping a little bit as well after a solid first 2 weeks from them. A decent close to the night. Don't forget for Alter Ego, they only had the 3 points after 2 games. So they really have been able to scrape together some points at the back end of tonight. Hopefully that then sets them up going into tomorrow. PUBG will bleed out to Trick. We go down to 8 alive, and we enter the TPP tree licking part of the game, which is unfortunate. with now added pickaxes. Why not?
Oh man, you know, Dwarf's gotta dig, man. Dwarf's gotta dig a hole. But yeah, I think this is pretty much, you know what, actually, you know what I think about this, Xenox? This is exactly the same thing we were experiencing from our first Oracle map today. Just exactly the same thing. Just TPP, no resources, no ordnance. Just a matter of who's going to be forced out into the blue here. And it's all flat.
Back in my day, you'd see 8 people, they'd be prone and they'd be snaking towards the end of this circle. Yes. And it would be far more entertaining than this. I'm being completely blunt.
Oh, wait, no. Now I think about it. They have pickaxes. They're doing the same thing. They're digging their way to the center.
They're literally digging a hole. No, they're digging a tunnel trench forward. Oh my god.
Oh no, someone gets spotted
sorry. Doesn't get his shield up in time as Dusky gets the headshot. ARMR Esports, they'll finish top 8 tonight most likely, unless they die out here and then potentially August and Alter Ego jump them. But yeah, much better from them tonight. Definitely been active, been involved, had some good moments. We'll see if they can kick on going into tomorrow. It's another point acquired for Vega just from simply staying alive and building their little trench. I tell you what, if anyone at PUBG ever buffs this pickaxe and makes it like even more like dig faster or make it more stronger than it already is, never do it. Never do it. I mean, that thing, it seems broken.
Bro's
digging his way into the circle.
That's crazy, dude. I tell you this, right now, right, they already limit to like how much terrain destruction you can do with the ground, right?
I don't care. It shouldn't even be in the game.
Yeah, but hey, you know, it's an interesting twist, right? It's fun, you know. A little like they're experiencing their little own sandbox here, but unfortunately they couldn't dig the hole fast enough. They pretty much just dig a grave for themselves here. So there goes Vega. ARMR is down to the last member. Dusky might bite the dust here. There goes the remaining member.
It's a 1v1.
Now comes to the 1v1. And it's just bobbing and weaving to the vehicle.
Get to the OZ. Oh, he gets there. Does he have meds? Can he heal? He will. Queen can heal up. Mad Dog with the AUG. He's only got bandages remaining. A classic 1v1. No pickaxes needed here. Man at the tree, though, with the blue at his back. This time, we don't forget it. As the vehicle flips, it explodes. Queen, that helps him. That pushes him forward ever so slightly. He just needs to wait out the blue. Mad Dog goes out in the open, but a big tag onto Queen. He's going to go the flashbang. He does still have a first aid kit that he can pop, but he peeks back around. Mad Dog from behind the tree gets the 1v1 win. That is much better PUBG. None of this pickaxe bullshit. That's what we like to see. That's our game. Big win for Auglis.
Really well done. You know what's the crazy part about it? He did not relent. He just kept that crosshair.
Oh, that was so good.
Mag. He just really went. He just went all in with it. He didn't want to heal. He didn't want to do anything about it. He was just gonna, I'm just gonna keep spamming here. I'm just gonna keep my focus here. You want to pop your head? I'm gonna trade it back with you. So it was really well done that last fight. Really well done. Love it. Absolutely love it. Pickaxe was cool too, but love that moment.
No. Stop it, Lee. Stop it. That was cool. That was good. Good old 1v1 at the end. And honestly, Mad Dog played that as best as you possibly can. It sometimes it gets lost a little bit, but like when the blue is put, the blue is your timer. Yeah. So you're peeking, you're poking, you're trying to. He gets, he's ducking and weaving. Queen played that well. You can't take anything away from him either because he still has to duck and weave, get to the UAZ, heal up, then shoot back. Mad Dog's not going to over peek it too much. And the thing is, even with TPP, in that situation, it's kind of irrelevant because you can't just sit there and just stare at the tree. The blue is coming. You need to fight. You need to shoot. That was much closer to what you would see back in the day, like an FPP fight, just with a tiny little bit of the TPP giving you the vision. But you know where he is. He's behind the vehicle. You got to hit your shots. Correct. And so that's the beauty of what this game can be. And that was a really, really good shot from Mad Dog. And a really good finish, at least at the end, for the final 1v1. Before that, the whole pickaxe stuff I'm not a fan of. But either way, a really fun circle too as well, Lee, because we go back and forth. Seemed like it was going to be north side of the river. Then it's pretty much looked almost certain it was going to be south side. And then it goes back up north again. Happy Squad, they too were kind of rotating with the circle nicely on the western side. In the end, the compound crash didn't work out. And that was probably the first time all night tonight in the 5 games where something went against them, but an overall incredible night for the team that's atop the leaderboard.
It really is, and interestingly as well, right? If that fight with Mad Dog, that 1v1 haven't ended yet, right? Because if we were, I'm not sure about Queen's second weapon, right? His AUG was only around 21. He only has 21 rounds in the mag lab. That's pretty much why he was trying to really close the gap, just really ensure all those shots counts, right? It was the same. It was a similar situation for Mad Dog. He also didn't have a lot of rounds left there, so it was. I was really interested to see how the round would really concluded, right? If it really came down to just not enough ammo left. But in the end, Mad Dog won the round. It was a classic PUBG finish as well. Probably the best thing you can ask for, especially after you were watching too many pickaxe action here. But what else could they do? What else could they have done? They did, honestly, as the player, they did what they could with what they got, right? They
100%. Yeah, I don't have an issue with them doing anything it takes to win, Lee. That's not the issue. But honestly, a really solid night overall as we look at the top 4 teams from the last game. And good to see Alter Ego bounce back as 3 points to start, and then you factored in as well the 2 games where they got donuts to end last week, which lost them the top spot. So they kind of went into this little funk and couldn't get out of it. I'm happy to see that they're back because they're a really solid team. They probably deserved to win last week. So it's interesting, right? The storylines that have developed, and then coming into this last game, what did we talk about? Was that next group of 4 in that top 4, the last game of the night, it's the OGs, it's Alter Ego, it's Auglis, it's Shadow Esports, ZSHN in the mix as well. So it's pretty evident to me. We've played 35 matches of PUBG now. There are 8 teams that are all fighting for top 2, EWC, the large amount of PGC points. That's the goal with 2 weeks to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really crazy. And I think, honestly, I really love how we started our week 3 here. There was great amount of games, great changes for some of the teams, especially who was the team that was like somewhat lingering or a little bit, or at least experiencing some kind of a slump during the past 2 weeks here. So it's a really great start. I hope they get this like as a morale booster as they slowly push their way forward towards the last remaining nights here in week 3, because it's going to be needed, right? We're slowly going to be concluding. It's going to be a best 5, 10 more matches left to go here. But of course, this is your winner chicken dinner. It's going to be Auglis team stats as well from the previous round. It's actually been more of a slower pace for a lot of these guys because it's just a lot of rotation. I mean, definitely not as much as Happy Squad. I think they're the one that did the most rotation, or at least suffered the most from the circle here, since they were like shifting from one direction to another here. Is actually pretty crazy here. But other than that, it's really well done coming from Mandar, really closing out the night. It was relatively close. Everyone was really, a lot of teams was really just limping to that final phase of that circle. We didn't really have a full squad. ARMR Esports was probably the team that had the most players, 3 squads, but they were like, it's a flat open area. They were too late. They can't go dead center. They didn't have the vehicles. They didn't have the smokes to set up the smoke trail. So their option was somewhat limited. Same case with a lot of the teams on how they really want to tackle it out here. So really well, it was really cool to see how the teams really adapted today. This past 5 matches. Definitely, there are some teams who definitely had a better game than most. But even when experiencing that kind of disadvantage or terrible circles or bad games on themselves, they still managed to find their way to claw themselves back in. Vega Esports, of course, being one of the team, I know we highlighted them a couple of times now, but they were probably the more clearer example of trying to maintain that consistency. Didn't really have, probably not the best week or the best night for them, but they still somehow make it work to maintain themselves towards the top 4. But it's really great to see SavageMan Esports and Monk and even TERA really bouncing back here in night 1 here. So let's see how well they fare towards the continuation of the following nights.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is you look at the kills for Happy Squad. They've basically doubled the rest of the lobby while still getting the same amount of placement points of Vega, which that was the strength of Vega tonight, just their ability to get deep late game positions, even if they weren't ever, for the most part, in a chance to actually go on and maybe win those games. And their kills are pretty much around the same amount as the rest of the top 8 teams, which when you kind of look at the top 8 teams, there's only one standout team that's missing in that top 8 team of the 8 teams I listed, which is Shadow Esports in 10th. And so TERA occupying that 4th spot. Good night from them. I think they'll be pretty happy. They ended a little quietly, but it's pretty clear cut right now that with Happy Squad and Monk performing well to start week 3, SavageMan Esports started really well. You think back, they got 21 of those 36 points just off the first game. And then went a little bit quiet. But we know that they can bounce back going into tomorrow. So that's going to be the goal for those probably 3 to 4 teams, to put the pressure on the teams that did well in the first 2 weeks, pick up the vast majority of the PMS points, and then look to finish strong next week. And it sets us up perfectly going into tomorrow to see if those storylines can develop and continue.
Yeah. I'm just looking over the scoreboard ones, the leaderboard once again, right? And I'm just like, wow, Vega, these 5 matches, right? Sure, not as many kills compared to Happy Squad, but all 5 matches, top 4 placements. That's just insane to me, man. It's just like, that's really crazy here. So, but other than that, just love the progression, how some of the teams is really popping up. Even for Alter Ego, right? Didn't have the best first few matches, right? But just 2 really great games really like make them flew all the way back to that top 8. I mean, then again, the score differential between the rest of the teams in the ranking is not too far. Maybe Happy Squad with Alter Ego, there is a little bit of quite the gap between the 2. But the rest of the team in the middle part of the ladder, not too much here. So just really 1 or 2 good games, great progression. I think I wouldn't have to worry about too much about Alter Ego for the rest of the night here. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be tomorrow matches here for day 2. It's pretty much going to be the same exact order. I think this is so far the best order that we have in the lineup as well. So it's been pretty great so far, alongside with this best of 5.
Yeah, obviously the same maps play out every single day, every single night. We return tomorrow for a similar position, with now Happy Squad being the leaders of the lobby heading into tomorrow. We'll see if they can maintain this form. Of course, as you already touched on, Lee, the amount of points that they picked up tonight was almost the same amount as they got in 15 matches back in week 1. The question is really, can they continue that going into tomorrow, or do we see them maybe revert a little bit?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But of course, anyway, moving forward with the whole leaderboard things as well, right? I definitely have a little bit more anticipation for some of the upcoming teams as well. Definitely a little bit of a quick 180 compared for the first 2 weeks here. But we'll just have to see how well they will fare for the rest of the night here.
Yeah, 100%. Well, of course, we got the roll card that we're going to look at too, which is Spring PUBG EMA Championship Spring. That's right. We've got ourselves one more Well, we've got more matches to come, basically at 16 at UTC. So obviously, make sure you stay in touch with what's happening over in EMEA, which is a very strong regionally, and obviously one that always
leading,
has
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Man, it's a great month. Like, it's a great month for all the PUBG fans out there for sure, right? It's just like back-to-back games, 4 weekends of this PUBG extravaganza. Like, if you think, like, especially if Master Series, that's pretty much it for your night. We're following up with the EMEA Spring is also another leading part of it's literally the region that's leading the PUBG scene. We also got the American region also popping up at the same time. So it's like really great games, really great teams also popping out of the woodwork. Some consistency, some returning teams, some really great names. So can't wait to see how PGC is going to be really turning out towards the end of the year here. But that's pretty much, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be pretty much it for our night 1 of the PUBG Master Series week 3 here. More PUBG action to come for the following nights here, but we're going to be closing out right here, right now. I'm Len, also known as YOLO, gracing us at the castle. That's going to be Xenox, and we bid you all guys a really farewell and a good night.